You guys ready to go? Miss Cruz? Ready to go?
Hey, Eric. I'd like to, can you ask the judge if I can give the witness her bottle of water on the stand so that she can?
See why not? But yeah.
Thank you.
Super curious about if there's any kind of time stamp in modifying or going back from this last one. Right, and that's when which is still I don't know how it is.
No, because he's not awake next week. He was going to do Friday. I changed it to Thursday.
Okay. Tomorrow we got it.
I want to make sure he has responded to me.
The cruise on the next day, right? So we only got 3 plus
It's not. Is it right?
Well, you get it on your machine, you know.
I don't know where they started working on that, so.
Well, I know it's not. I know it's not.
Did you want me to call him and see if he can come here tomorrow? The problem is, we'd have to give him a time, so I gave him 1 o'clock on Thursday, because then Michelle's coming at 2:30, that would get us.
Let's think about this just for a second. Those guys are both 45 minutes at the top, right? It's an hour and a half. David's an hour and a half. David's an hour tops. So we're in the afternoon with those three. 12:30 today.
Did you ask Kristen to get a hold of her?
Yeah.
All right, please.
Please be seated. My, they don't have any faith in me. There's a whole stack of them, almost a bag. Normally, ladies and gentlemen, we would not allow a lot of, refreshments, social, I say, in the courtroom, but because, okay, we need to turn up
We gotta watch the phone.
Okay. Anybody else? We're not all that wild and woolly about it, but I would prefer that they be turned off or at least silenced. I am going to allow water to be taken to the witness stand, especially because people are anticipated to be talking for a long time. And again, if the defendant himself wants a styrofoam cup of water, we can do that. I would assume he got lunch here today, and
Yeah, he did eat, Judge.
as long as security doesn't have any problem with a styrofoam cup, if you would like that. All right. Ms. Ubers, would you please resume the witness stand? If there is anyone in my courtroom who is a subpoenaed witness, I would ask that you go to the hallway and we do not discuss your testimony with anyone until after your testimony, and then only the people who have already testified. Ms. Ubers, I would remind you, you are still under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
This matter is scheduled 2/5/8/6.
We're-
Yeah.
Not just yet, I will in a minute.
You may resume.
We left off during the time period of September 2010 through November of 2010, on that period with you and John living together.
Yes.
Okay. During that time frame, did the defendant have 2 phones?
I believe so, yes.
How many of those were active during October and November 2010?
I believe only one of them ultimately was because the phones on the plan that he and I had together were shut off for non-payment.
And did the defendant return one of those phones to you?
I believe so.
Do you recall having a plan with that second phone once the boys started counseling?
I had a plan. It was not with that phone. It was a different phone, but yes, I did have a plan that was just for, on the advisement of their counselor, for Andrew to be able to use it if he ever was scared or needed to call in an emergency.
Okay. And was that phone ever activated?
The phone was activated, but I don't recall. I don't recall that he ever had started using it yet or
Okay. So,
had it in his possession.
so during that time, you don't recall that phone ever being in Andrew's possession?
No.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I've handed you a stack of exhibits. I don't need you to look through them just yet. They're marked with numbers on the bottom, so
Yes.
when we want to talk about a specific exhibit, I will identify that one for you.
Okay.
And Mr. Amadeo and I agreed that she could have the entire stack at this point.
Just so the record's clear, Judge, I reviewed, I stipulate, I have no issue with them being up there.
Thank you. Is there a copy for the court since all of this has been stipulated to, or is that the only?
I will give you those copies when she's done, but I will be displaying them up on the screen as well. Thank you. During the time after you came back from Florida with the kids, what was John driving?
He was driving a Dodge Caravan.
Can you look at Exhibit 54? Is that the Dodge Caravan that he was driving at that time?
Yes.
Oh, man. Okay. When was the last time you saw that van prior to Thanksgiving Day 2010?
Probably the Wednesday, the 24th.
Of November?
Of November. It would have been in his driveway.
And you think you would have had an opportunity to see that on Wednesday, the 24th?
It's possible. It might have been the 23rd. Because I know I did leave kind of early in the morning of the 24th to go to a cleaning job that I had.
Would that cleaning job have been near the Congress Street residence?
No.
The last time you saw that van, was there any damage to it?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Fuel cap?
Except for the fuel cap.
Okay.
Yes. When we purchased the van, the fuel cap door was already off, had been broken off by the previous owner.
Were there scratches down the van?
Not that I can recall.
Were either front fenders dented?
No.
I believe you testified earlier that you knew that the marriage was essentially over in September, but you were kind of telling the defendant that you wanted to work on the marriage. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Is that still true in November of 2010?
In the beginning of November, yes.
Did that change at some point?
Yes, it did.
Do you recall when?
The beginning of the week of Thanksgiving, so like the 21st, 22nd maybe,
Do you recall what day of the week it was?
a Monday night.
Okay, so if that was November 22nd, does that sound accurate?
Yes.
2010? And November 22nd, 2010, how old are the boys at this time?
5, 7, and 9.
What happens on the 22nd?
I picked the boys up from school and we go home. And at some point in that night, one of them asks me if I had ever been in jail.
Okay.
And I said, yes, why? And they proceeded to tell me that while they were with their father that weekend, he told them that mommy had been to prison and that she was a sex offender and on the sex offender registry.
Okay. So the 22nd is a Monday, and according to the court order you read, you would have gotten them back originally on Sunday night.
Correct.
Did
And
you?
I did not get them back on Sunday, and that was an agreement between the defendant and I. I was going to school online, and I had a big project that was due, and so I asked him if he would be willing to keep the boys overnight and take them to school on that Monday, and then I would pick them up from school, because I knew I was going to be up late, and I did not want it to interfere with getting the boys to sleep. And
Okay. So the boys start telling you these things. Do you have plans for the evening of November 22nd once the kids go to sleep?
not that I can recall.
Do you know if the defendant was supposed to come over to your house after the boys went to sleep?
I don't remember that, but it's possible. It was his birthday.
November 22nd was his
Yes,
birthday?
Correct.
So the boys tell you this. What do you do with that information?
I cannot recall if I texted or I called him and I yelled at him. Why would you do this? Why would you tell our children something that has nothing to do with them?
Did he respond to you?
His reasoning was that they were listening in on a phone conversation that he was having with someone and they overheard it.
What'd you say after that?
And I asked, why would you even be talking about it in the vicinity of the boys where they can hear you? And why were you talking about it? There's nobody that you would need to talk to about something that's my past that you never had a problem with until I followed you to Florida.
Did the boys indicate to you that as the defendant's telling them about you going to prison, that he was actually on the phone or anything of that nature?
No, they never told me that. The defendant did.
What do you do after that phone conversation?
I, at some point, had to set the boys down, and I explained to them that, yes, Mommy had gotten in trouble many, many years ago, that it had nothing to do with them, it did not involve them, it was nothing for them to worry about, that it was in my past,
Okay.
and they seemed to be okay with that, and then we did our nighttime routine and they went to bed.
After they went to bed,
I believe after they went to bed is when I actually called the defendant, because I did not want to do it in front of the boys.
all right. What happens after the kids go to bed on the night of the 22nd?
Had the phone conversation with him, and I don't want him to come over. I don't want to see him. I really didn't want to talk with him, but I knew I needed to address it.
Can you describe how he reacted to you being angry with him?
All that I remember is that over and over he kept saying that he didn't do it intentionally, that they overheard a phone conversation.
So that's on a Monday night. So then, does the defendant get the kids for visitation on Wednesday per the court order?
Yes, and actually that was the Wednesday before Thanksgiving, and we had agreed to share the holiday.
Okay.
He wanted to get the boys to go to Thanksgiving dinner. My understanding was they were going to his relatives that lived in Morenci. They were going there for Thanksgiving, and he wanted to take the boys there, and I was fine with that because I wanted them for the weekend because my oldest nephew was in high school, and they were going. His football team was going to the state championship at Fort Field, and I wanted to take the boys to watch their cousin play football.
At what point in time did you and the defendant have the conversation or come to the agreement about Thanksgiving parenting time?
It was before the 21st, 22nd. I believe it was that week before, whatever those dates were in there. I don't recall exactly what date.
Okay, so before the argument on the 22nd, you
Yes.
guys had already agreed that he
Yes.
would get some additional time?
Yep.
Okay. Do you know when the children were supposed to go with the defendant?
I told him the normal time, which is 3 o'clock on Wednesday when school would be out. They did not have school that day. So I had a prior commitment of cleaning a house. And so I dropped the boys off at my mom and dad's house on Locust Street. And then he was going to pick them up from my parents at 3 o'clock. And then he would have them until 3 o'clock on Friday. And then they would come back to me.
Okay, Friday the 26th?
The 26th, yes.
I'm going to go back just a little bit to the argument on the 22nd. When you confront the defendant about saying this to the kids and he tells you he's on the phone, does he say who he was talking to on the phone?
I believe he told me it was his sister Lucinda.
So Wednesday comes, the 24th, kids don't have school. You drop them off with your parents.
Correct.
Does John pick them up?
Yes, he does.
Who's at your parents' house when you drop off the boys?
My mom and my dad. That was, yeah, they were the only ones there that morning.
25th, Thanksgiving.
Correct.
Okay, what do you do for Thanksgiving?
I go with my parents to my sister Tennille's house in Kunkel, Ohio for family Thanksgiving.
Who's all there?
My parents, my sister Tennille, and her husband Robert, their 4 children, and I don't remember if anybody else was there. There may have been, I don't recall.
When you say your sister's house in Kunkel, would that be Tennille's house?
Yes, Tennille's house.
All right. And were your parents there?
Yes,
Nieces and nephews?
yes.
Did you ask the defendant if the boys could go to that Thanksgiving dinner with you at some point?
I don't think I did, because I knew that we had already agreed that he would have them Thanksgiving Day to do his family Thanksgiving.
after the blow up on the 22nd of November into Thanksgiving Day, are you and the defendant communicating?
Yes, he was texting, emailing, basically blowing up my phone, wanting to apologize. He didn't mean anything by telling them.
Was he still expressing a desire to save the marriage at this point?
Yes,
On Thanksgiving Day, was the defendant messaging you and calling you and
at the end of the day, I found out that yes, he had been. I had received several in the morning that when I got to the family Thanksgiving, I just put my phone in my purse and left it.
okay. Did you respond to any of those messages during the day while you're at your sister's house?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you remember having any phone conversations with the defendant on the morning of Thanksgiving before you went to your sister's house?
I do not.
Do you know if there were any text messages from the defendant the morning of Thanksgiving?
I know that there were, yes. And he may have tried to call me. I don't recall answering. I just know that it seemed like my phone was notifications for text messages.
Do you recall the morning of Thanksgiving if the defendant had asked you to come to his house, his residence?
He did. I do remember that part. Text. He wanted me to just stop by for a minute. And I recall that I told him, I don't have a vehicle. I'm not the one driving. My parents are picking me up. And no, we're not stopping at your house.
Do you recall what time you left your home to go to Thanksgiving dinner?
Probably around 11 a.m.
Do you remember approximately what time you got back?
I know it was evening. It probably was dark because we played games and board games. We like to do that.
If you indicated that it was approximately 10 a.m. to approximately 6:30 p.m., does that sound accurate?
Yeah. Yes.
When you get home from your sister's house, do you have any communications with the defendant?
Yes.
How? Text, message, phone call, what is it?
Phone call.
What happened?
He kept basically asking the same thing over and over. Is there a chance for us? Can you ever forgive me? Do you still love me? It was the same type of, just phrased different ways, the whole, and I didn't want to do the conversation over the phone. I did not want to do this conversation when my sons were not with me,
Why not?
because he already took them once. I didn't trust him to not take them again, just by the way he was acting. And when he asked, was there any chance for us, I finally just said, no, there's not. We are not, this is not working.
Do you recall approximately what time that conversation happened?
I do not.
So sometime after 6:30 p.m. and when you go to bed, that conversation happens?
Yes.
And you make it clear to him that you no longer are
Want
trying?
to work? Yes.
How does he respond to that?
Angry?
Do you recall anything he said at that point?
No, I don't.
Do you recall hearing the kids in the background on that phone conversation?
I do not recall if it was that conversation. One of the, yeah. This has bothered me for 16 years, that I cannot remember what day the phone call was that I heard my sons in the background. And it sounded like they were having a great time.
One moment, Your Honor. May I approach the witness? I'm just gonna have her read this to refresh her memory. and answer any questions. For the record, Your Honor, I have handed her, I want you to read that silently to yourself, and I'll ask you some more questions.
Okay.
For the record, Your Honor, I have handed her the FBI report dated November 27th, 2010, authored by Scott Ballack.
And Judge, just for the record, make the transcript clear, I did review it, I stipulated as such.
November what? What date, November what?
27th, I apologize.
Okay.
Do you want her to keep it on? I'm okay with it. Just with the record. Okay.
Does that help you remember
It
a little
does.
bit? Okay.
Yes.
So, Thanksgiving morning, did you have a phone call with John?
I did, and that's the phone call that I heard the boys in the background playing video games and having a good time.
Do you recall approximately what time that was?
Probably 9:30
A.M.?
A.M., yes.
Okay. Did you have and so then the second phone call is where you tell John things are over?
Yes. And I did not hear the boys that time.
Okay. So you wake up on Friday the 26th?
Correct.
What do you do?
I am at my parents' house. My sister Jenny was home from South Bend. They got home, I believe they ended up coming earlier than they planned. And so my dad and I decided that we wanted to take the littles, meaning my 3 sons and her youngest daughter, to go buy them Hudson Tiger gear to wear to the big football game.
So your nephew, did he play for the Hudson Tigers?
He did.
And they went to some sort of championship game?
Yeah, the state championship
State
game.
champions.
Yes.
And that would have been Saturday they were
They
planning.
we were going to go on Saturday, the 27th.
All right, so do you recall approximately what time you tried to get a hold of the defendant on Friday?
I believe it was around 10 or 11 a.m. I texted him and wanted to know if there was any chance that I could pick the boys up a little earlier so that we could go and get some clothes for the football game.
And, Your Honor, I apologize. Just for a point of clarity, I believe the witness said the game was on the 27th. Did she mean the 26th or the 27th?
The game
The
is
game
on
was on the 27th of
That's Saturday? Okay,
Yes.
thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
But you wanted to pick them up on Friday so you could get them some gear.
Right, I wanted to pick them up early. They were supposed to come back to me at 3 o'clock on Friday. But I wanted to, if they weren't doing anything and he was agreeable, that I could pick them up and take them to maybe find him a t-shirt or a sweatshirt.
If the records indicate that you texted him around 11:16 a.m. on the 26th to discuss getting the kids back early, would that be accurate?
Yes.
So you text him and ask him about getting them back early, and what does he say?
He says, we are not home right now.
Okay.
And I remember thinking that was kind of strange because from where I was living, I could see his house driveway from my kitchen window, and his van was in the driveway.
Okay. I want you to look up at People's Exhibit 3. I know
Yes.
that's kind of far away, but from the cameraman's point of view, where is that picture taken from?
That is taken from the front porch of the Congress Street house, and across that empty lot, the back house with the brown roof, it looks kind of white or beige.
Can I hand you this
Yes.
highlighter and you indicate for me where that's at? Yeah, just walk up there and point it out, please.
Right here, this house.
For the record, I don't know how to describe this other than it appears the beige house almost directly in the middle of the photograph.
I'll stipulate to that, Judge. I
Well,
just,
quite frankly, I'm gonna describe it a little bit. There is a tree on the opposite side of the street, and it is the second tree to the left, or the second house to the left from that tree. Would that be accurate?
it seems
I
accurate.
think that one is a garage, but yes, it's,
Second structure.
yes.
Okay,
That's fine,
that works for me.
that works.
So there's a kitchen window there. It's very hard to see it in this picture, but there's a little kitchen window, and if you're all the way,
Are we
To the
looking at
west.
Mom and Dad's house?
no, this is, was it 617 Maple Drive, I believe was the address. I had found a house, my daughter was getting a divorce, and she and her husband both had moved out, and so I was living in that house for the time being.
At what point in time did you move to that 617 Maple address?
End of September, beginning of October.
Okay. So you can see somewhat his
Yes,
residence
you
on
could, I
Congress.
could see his driveway, so I knew that morning his van was on the driveway.
So you guys are texting back and forth?
We're texting back and forth, he's not home. I said, okay, well, let me know, is there any way, like, will you be home by 1 o'clock? Or, I don't remember the exact time that I said, but, get home a little early. Well, his response I don't know because I'm not the driver, I'm not driving, my friend Joanne is driving. We went there and spent the night with Joanne and her husband and their kids.
Okay,
I'm like, okay. Can you give me a ballpark figure? Like, what time, what's the earliest you could be home? And initially it was 1 o'clock, then it was gonna be 1:30, and I don't know if I'm getting that time right. Anyway, eventually through this texting back and forth and they're not any closer to being home. I arrived back at this house
okay,
on Maple Drive, and because I knew I could see if they pulled in the driveway, then I could go pick the boys up. And I observed a vehicle pulling in his driveway, and I saw a woman get out and walk toward what I assume was the front door.
approximately what time is this?
Ooh, 1:30, 2 o'clock maybe.
Okay,
Uh,
what else do you see?
And then I went and did a few things and come back and I see the car backing out of the driveway and heading east. So I'm like, okay. So I think I texted, I might have called, I don't recall which form of communication. You know, are you home? I didn't want to just say, well, I saw somebody in your driveway, because then I sound like I'm a creeper stalker. So I say and ask him if the boys are, you know, any closer to home. And at some point, I believe he calls me. He says, well, I haven't been completely honest with you today. I'm not with the boys. I'm at Fulton County Health Center because I hurt my foot this morning, and so I'm here getting it checked out. And I said, then where are my sons? Well, they're with Joanne. They're by themselves with Joanne. I said, okay, do you have Joanne's phone number? Well, not on me. Eventually, he tells me that it's on a piece of paper at his house, but his house is locked up and I can't get into his house.
Okay, I'm gonna stop you right there. Does he tell you how he hurt his foot?
No. At this point, he doesn't. Other than he was doing some remodeling work and he fell off the ladder.
Between the time that you text him for the first time asking if you can get the boys back early and noticing a car pull in the driveway, do you recall getting any emails that you asked the defendant about?
I do not. I'm sure that I did, because it seemed like every 2 minutes I was getting some form of communication from him.
Okay. Do you remember being on Cafe Mom?
Yes, I do.
What is Cafe Mom?
Cafe Mom was a website for moms, grandmothers. There were aunts on there. Basically for women to go, and there were different kind of like chat rooms, sort of. pages that you could join for different interests. If you liked baking, there was a section for that. And so you could, it kind of reminded me a lot of like the MySpace. It had different sections and you could share pictures in different spots. And everybody could lay their page out different. And there was like, you could join a cleaning group and you would challenge each other. Okay, 10 minutes and you're gonna go clean your bathroom. And then you come back and log in that you cleaned your bathroom.
You talked about chat rooms being on Cafe Mom. Can you describe what that is?
Like, so for the cleaning one, there would be a chat and you would say, check in, I'm here, whatever, and then say, I'm going to, giving myself 15 minutes and I'm gonna go clean the bathroom closet or.
Is it similar to Facebook and MySpace in the sense that you could have friends on this platform?
Yes.
How does that work?
You could become friends with the different women that you were talking with. You could send private messages. You could send, I believe you could do public messages too. It's been a long time. I have not been on Cafe Mom since 2010, so.
Okay. And post updates?
Yes, updates, current events, pictures, anything that you were doing.
What was your username on the platform at that time?
Crafty Biker Mom.
Do you remember at some point getting a friend request from somebody who identified themselves as Joanne Taylor on that platform?
I do.
And, I'm sorry?
Did you say who identified themselves as?
Joanne Taylor.
Yes.
And do you recall approximately when that was?
I do not. I'm going to say at some point in November, probably mid-November.
Could it have been early November?
It could have.
And do you know the username that Joanne Taylor used?
I do not remember.
And if you previously stated it was Mom Forever Young, MOMFOREVRYUNG. Does that sound
Yes.
accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Did you accept that friend request?
I did.
Did you know this person? Did you recognize the name?
I did not recognize the name initially. After some conversation, she revealed that she is the wife of a minister that when John was traveling in Indiana on a rainy night, he stopped to help a family with a flat tire in his big truck.
Okay.
And that they had all become friends and exchanged information, and he had kept in touch with them periodically. And somehow she found my name and reached out to me.
Did you believe when communicating with this person who identified as Joanne Taylor, Mom Forever Young, that that person was a Joanne Taylor?
Initially, yes.
At some point in time, did you change that thought?
At some point in time, I started questioning because there were a lot of personal information and personal conversations that I had had with the defendant that this Joanne Taylor seemed to know an awful lot about.
Was that early on during the conversations you were having with this person?
No, not initially. I think it was probably a couple weeks into it, and something just did not set right with me.
Do you recall receiving an email from that account on November 26th at 7:02 a.m.?
Yes.
And so that would have been on the 26th, the same day you were supposed to go get the boys, correct?
Correct.
I'm just gonna have her read the email.
That's fine.
We're gonna approach the witness.
You may.
Sorry. I've handed you people's Exhibit 49, and there's a little flag on the corner of the page. And the pages aren't numbered, so I can't place that on the record, but is that, I want you to look at that document and tell me if that email is the email that you received.
Yes, it is.
Can you go ahead and read that email?
Sure. It is a shame that you had to be so cruel and hurtful to your DH when all he was trying to do was make things right so the kids didn't think you were a bad person. How could you throw such a wonderful man away to deny his love? I know all he wanted out of life after you came into it was to please you, provide for you, and grow old with you. People say things in anger that they do not mean, or it comes out wrong. You should have looked at the 10 years you spent together and how hard he tried to keep food and happiness in the house. He sacrificed being home with the family so you could stay home with the kids and strangers wouldn't raise your kids for you. You never appreciated it from him and used him working and providing for the financial well-being of the family against him. He didn't care that you were a sex offender, and yet you shunned his love and hard work. You made a mistake in your past, and he accepted your flaws without question and even defended you to his family and to his mother. He grew up almost alone with his mother, and to defend a sex offender, his wife, the mother of his kids, speaks volumes of his love to you. You love staying home too much to help provide for the financial well-being of the home and sat on your ass and did nothing. And you still never praised him for the hard work he did or asked him to be home more, and the money wasn't important. Your lack of respect for him devastated him to the point he felt numb in his heart, but still he came home to you and kissed you and made love to you. You were the best reason for him to come home, and he always had good things to say about you up until he worked as much as he could in a week and still couldn't make ends meet. Where were you for support? You didn't stand by your man like he stood by you with family. You cared more for your parents and sisters and all the rest more than you did for your own husband. Wouldn't you resent your husband if he did everything with his sister and parents and neglected you? You saw how your family treated him, and still you did nothing. You two were doing so good until Monday night when you found out the boys heard a conversation where your husband was once again defending you and your sex offense. It was unfortunate that your kids found out, but kids dismiss those things when the parents show their love for them. Your kids say you never play with them or help them with their homework. You sit and watch TV or on the computer or take naps every day. There are many people, including your own friends and family, that know how disgusting your house was most of the time. Your mother said she didn't get it from me, but has always been like that, and you have the guts to say your husband never cleaned up the house? You believe your own lies enough to cloud your own mind. You never gave your DH credit because it made you look like a lazy shit when he would come home after work and clean up the dining room and living room and straighten up the kitchen. I could bet you didn't miss your nap, though. Your kids unsupervised while you nap and even got into your camera and made a video of you sleeping. LOL, how sad. It is unfortunate you love to play the victim ever since your first husband dumped your ass for screwing a little boy, and in your own home, too. How disgusting. Where was the respect for the home then? I'm glad you didn't get custody of your daughters and glad you won't have your boys to fondle or sleep with. You call yourself a Christian, but you torture your DH with threats or using your boys to get what you want from him. He loved you so much and knew he could be played with emotionally. He was a caring man and would help anyone and turn the other cheek when someone did him wrong. I blame you for your mess you're in now, and I hope you're alone for a long time. I heard you were quite a slut after prison. I'm sure it comes naturally and you will get right back into it. You pushed a good man away and blamed him for it and never took any responsibility for anything. You took the kids away from him when you knew they were not in any danger. You could have stopped all this. Your DH gave you a precious gift by dropping the custody battle, and how did you repay him? With doubts and denying his love in tears and not dropping the divorce. He lost so much weight because of a broken heart for you, and you put him down. Stop on his heart more, and instead of trying to understand things that happened, you crushed him and gave up on your vows and God. Now you have lost so much because of it. Do you feel better now knowing that the man who loved you more than life is gone because of your rejection and accusations? You have lived with being a sex offender for 12 years. Did your kids look at you any different when they found out? Did they become afraid of you after they found out? I doubt it. And yet you ignored your DH when he tried to explain what happened and persecuted him for it because he didn't tell you in the time you thought he should have, and once again denied his love. I went through marriage problems and wouldn't want to be in your shoes, to go through the heartache you're facing, but you could have made things better and been a happy family if only you didn't think your DH was like your ex. You wanted to hurt your DH before you got hurt again, but the crazy thing is your fear got the best of you and you hurt a good man. John just dropped off his sons with me, and I will be watching them until he returns. They are in good hands, so please don't worry. He said it would only be a few days. It is nice of you to let him have the boys for a long holiday weekend, though.
There's a number of times in that email that the term DH is used. Do you know what that means?
Dear husband or darling husband
Okay.
is what the moms and the wives on Cafe Mom would use.
When you get this particular email, do you have any thought on who you believe is sending that?
I do.
And who did you believe was sending that?
John Skelton, the defendant.
Why did you believe that?
One word in all of that is a word he used a lot, and it was persecuted.
And how did he use that term with you?
Different times, he would say, like, I feel like I'm being persecuted, or they persecute me because of whatever.
Was it always in relation to him being persecuted?
Yes.
Him being... So you get that email on Friday morning, and do you recall having a conversation with John about that?
I believe I did. I think it was a text message.
When you testified earlier that John told you that the kids are with Joanne, what was your response to that?
Well, initially, yes, when he told me that, are you saying when he told me he wasn't being truthful with me and the kids were with her?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to know how could I get a hold of her so then I could just make arrangements with her. Apparently they lived in Jackson,
Michigan?
and I thought, well, rather than her having to drive all the way to Morenci, I could meet her part way.
When he said Joanne has the kids, do you ask him for clarification, who's Joanne?
I believe I did, because at that point I don't think I had connected this with who he was talking about.
Okay.
And he said, well, Joanne Taylor, remember, I believe he's the family that I met when I was driving truck,
Okay.
3 or 4 years before.
At this point, do you become concerned at all?
I think I'm wondering, like, okay, that's kind of weird. Like, my kids are with some people they just met and you left them overnight.
Had the kids talked to you about somebody named Joanne prior to this day?
No, they had not.
Had they talked to you about meeting any new children before this day?
No, they had not.
Did your kids have conversations like that with you?
Oh, yes.
So at what point do you become concerned about the children?
When he tells me he's going to that he's in the emergency room, and I asked him if the kids were with him, and he said no, that they were with Joanne, and couldn't give me a phone number, which I found kind of strange because you had to have talked to her on your phone. It should be in your call log, but he didn't have a phone number. It was at his house. It was locked up. I can't get in the house. She's going to call me when she gets to town.
Did he indicate, he being the defendant, indicate to you that this Joanne person was going to be dropping the kids off to you at some point?
Yes, he did.
And did he tell you what time?
3 o'clock.
Did that happen?
No, it did not.
Did you end up making any further phone calls to John when the children were not dropped off?
I believe I tried to call him. I don't recall if he answered. I know that at some point I called Fulton County Health Center, and whoever answered the phone, I said, listen, this is who I am, and I know you're treating John Skelton. Are there children with him? And they informed me, no, there were no children with him. He was by himself.
Okay. At this point in time, after you have this conversation with hospital staff, do you become somewhat alarmed?
Yes.
Why?
Because I have no way of getting hold of this person who has my children. It's getting closer to 3 o'clock. He doesn't seem to know where my kids are.
Are you being told at this point a different story regarding how he's hurt himself?
The second phone call to Fulton County Health Center, I called to speak to the nurse in charge of his care, and they asked me if I was married to him, and I said, we are legally separated, but we are still legally married. He said, okay, you're his wife. I can tell you John is being treated because he tried to hang himself earlier today.
Okay. Do you become alarmed at that point?
Very alarmed at that point, because now, how am I gonna, I have no way of knowing how I'm gonna get a hold of this person, because obviously he's not gonna be treated and released. So I called my attorney.
Based on
And
that conversation with your attorney, what do you do?
he wanted me to wait till like 4 o'clock, and I waited till 3:15, and then I called 911.
Called 911?
And I said, I need an officer at this address, 112 East Congress Street in Morenci. And I was informed that there was no officer in Morenci at that time. They had actually taken someone to the jail. And I said, then fine, I need you to send me a sheriff's car. I need law enforcement now.
Does law enforcement eventually respond?
Yeah.
Approximately what time?
I think it was around 4:30.
Okay.
I mean, it was it was very long and frustrating. We made several phone calls and just kept telling us that Morenci has an officer on duty, and when he gets back, he'll call you.
And so approximately 4:30, officer from Morenci responds?
After my dad found him at the police station, because the message he received said I just needed to talk to him sometime that night. And as soon as my dad told him what was happening, and with the history of what had happened in September, the officer took off out of the office
And did
to the Congress Street address.
Okay. And this Congress Street address, that's in Lenawee County,
Correct.
state of Michigan.
Yes.
All right. And what is the, who shows up? Do you know the officer?
Yes. Officer Ryan Hillard.
Did you know Ryan Hillard prior to?
I did. He's a Morenci boy.
Okay.
Graduated from Morenci schools.
Okay.
I knew his mom really well.
Okay. Did you guys hang out? Or,
No.
Okay.
No.
Outside of that? Okay. And what happens once Officer Hillard
The doors
arrives?
were locked. He was around back. At this point, I'm not at the house.
Okay, so I don't want you to testify about anything
Right.
that you don't have any personal knowledge on.
Right. Okay. At this point, I have an aunt and uncle that lived about 5 houses away, and my sister told me maybe you need to go down there because we didn't know what we were going to find in the house.
Okay, so do you go to the Congress Street house?
My sister and her husband are at the Congress Street house, and I'm on Congress Street, but I'm like 5 houses away at my aunt and uncle's, waiting for somebody to come and tell me if they found my children in the house.
Okay, and when you say your sister and her husband, that would be?
That would be Tennille and Robert.
All right, so does the officer get into the house?
He does.
Did you find your children?
No.
Okay. I'm showing you People's Exhibit 2. Do you see the Congress residence on that screen?
Yes, I do.
Which one would it be?
It's the one, the silver car is parked in front of it. It's got the green door, brown roof.
Okay, so the house pretty much directly
Pretty much
below?
in the center of the picture,
Okay.
the White House.
All right. So if I'm looking to the left of the house, so east of the house, do you know who lived in that home?
Yes, Adam and Gail Johnson.
Okay. And this would be, so the last photograph I showed you where you could see your house,
Correct.
that would be?
This is the opposite
side.
direction.
Okay.
Correct.
All right. And then behind the home, there would be the back door?
Yes, there's a back door. There's a little walkway between the garage and the house on the west side. There's a walkway that goes back to a fenced-in backyard.
On the 26th, did you enter the home?
No, I did not.
At some point in time, did you enter the home?
I did.
Do you know what day that would have been?
It would have been on Saturday, the 27th,
27th.
and I was accompanied by law enforcement.
Okay, before we get to that, Friday the 26th, after they clear the residence, no kids are inside, what do you do next?
Went back to my parents' house and waited. Officer Hillard had said that he had contacted Chief Weeks and that he was coming back to Morenci from family holiday. And I waited to hear something from Chief Weeks or Officer Hillard as to what are we doing?
Okay. Anything else Friday night?
I think it was about 11:25 p.m. an Amber Alert was issued.
During the time that John goes into the hospital and the Amber Alert is issued, do you have other people you're calling to come sit with you at home?
We're, yes, I know that someone called, Pastor Donna Galloway, and she came to the house. Two of my sisters were already in Morenci, Tennille and Jenny. Carrie knew what was going on, but we all agreed that she needed to focus with her son and football.
Okay. Saturday, 27th,
Yes.
do you get up early?
I never slept. I believe it was around 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. My phone rang. It was Chief Weeks, and he wanted to know if I could come to the police station at that time. He wanted to have a little sit down to kind of let me know what was going to be happening the next morning, because things were going to get pretty busy,
Okay.
because there were many agencies headed to Morenci to help look for my sons.
Okay. So, at some point in time, you go into the Congress Street residence on Saturday, the 27th.
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time?
I want to say it was late morning. It could have been early afternoon. I don't recall. That day was very hazy.
Do you remember, did you walk in the front door or the back door? Do you remember?
Front door.
What's the first thing that you remember? I know it was a long time ago, but what's the first thing you remember seeing?
Destruction.
Okay. Describe it.
There was a glass mirrored solid oak cornered curio cabinet smashed. Yes.
It's People's Exhibit 6. Is that what you're describing?
Yes. Glass shelves broke. The doors are smashed.
People's 7. Is that the same cabinet?
Yes. There were,
I'm going to stop you while we're talking about
Okay.
the curio cabinet, very briefly. Had you and the defendant had any conversations or arguments over this curio cabinet?
yes, we did. When we bought the house on Congress Street, he bought that curio cabinet, made a big production that it was my gift, housewarming gift to me to put all my pretties in.
Okay.
When he took off to Florida and I decided that I was filing for divorce and moving out, I moved the curio cabinet out. And when he got home from Florida and saw that it was gone, he started yelling and wanted it back. That's his, he paid for it.
So that ended up back at the Congress Street
It
residence?
did end up back at the Congress Street because after talking with my attorney, we decided it wasn't even worth the fight.
What's the next thing that you remember?
There were small appliances, microwave, toaster, food processor, lamps, anything that had a cord on it, cords were cut off.
Okay.
In school, I was a baton twirler, and my batons were cut into little pieces laying on the dining room table.
I was not a baton twirler, so I don't know what, are you just talking about the,
Yeah, just like
Baton.
woo woo woo.
okay,
Silver, white ends.
okay. How many of those did you have?
I think there was 5 of them.
All right. Okay, what else?
There were keys, cut into pieces on the dining room table.
People's Exhibit 8.
Yes.
And what are those, whose keys are those?
It looks like keys to the van. Maybe the doors.
Okay. And where'd you find those keys at?
They were on the dining room table.
Okay. Next thing you noticed?
I believe we went upstairs next.
I'm gonna stop you before you go upstairs. Do you remember well, here's People's Exhibit 11. Is this the living room?
Yes, that's the living room, and that is a former entertainment center that was being used as a coffee table.
Okay, what's on top of the coffee table?
Right in the middle, looks like a book open. That is a red covered Bible, has my name on the front of it, that was given to me in 3rd grade.
So that was your Bible.
Yes.
And did you notice anything about the Bible?
There were 2 passages that were circled and my name was written.
People's Exhibit 12, is that what you saw?
Yes.
People's 13.
Yes.
Okay. So that particular verse is circled and it appears that the name Tanya is on there?
Yes.
And do you recognize that writing?
I do.
And whose writing is that?
John Skelton's.
People's 14, with that particular verse that's circled,
Yes.
okay? Do you see your name on there?
Yes, I do.
Again?
John Skelton.
Whose handwriting? Okay. And that was also in the living room, so you said you went upstairs after that,
Yes.
okay? Where did you go first, if you remember?
We were on the landing and there was a rope that was tied to the banister and then just kind of piled up on the floor upstairs.
Okay,
And we went in the master bedroom, and the blankets were off the bed and there were gashes a couple inches apart all over the mattress.
okay, there's People's 15. Is that the mattress you're talking about?
Yes.
And is that, you said that was the master bedroom?
Yes.
Can you just walk up to that screen and point out the slashes for me? And
Sure.
don't speak while you're up at the screen, please. I don't have a microphone up there. Okay.
The record, when they started the mattress, one design in, it appears there is in the first square, for lack of a better term, the second square, and the third square, straight lines, and then going across the mattress, and then a cut going to the foot of the bed in the first row, and then in the second row and the third row. For the purposes of the record only.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Again, that's that same mattress from a different view.
Correct.
Anything else that you noticed in the house?
Then we went to the basement,
Okay,
and there were cake pans, 'cause I would do decorated cakes. There were cake pans that were bent and smashed, and that cake pan there was used for Andrew's first birthday.
okay, so we're looking at People's Exhibit 55 now. And that's a Blue's Clues cake?
Blue's Clues cake pan.
Okay. And how many cake pans were in the house that were destroyed, if you can remember?
10, 15, I don't.
Were they all similar to this, crumpled up?
Yeah, like folded right in half.
Okay. What else about the basement?
In the room where all the holiday ornaments and decorations were stored, I had a nice snow globe collection, and all the globes were smashed. Strands of Christmas lights were cut into different, just cut through so they could never be used again.
Okay.
Trying to remember. It's just, what is, it looked like mass destruction.
Did you have, and I apologize if you said this, photographs in the home that were no longer
Yes.
there?
Eventually we discovered that the scrapbooks that I had made for the boys, I did notice that day, those were gone. I had 3 or 4 boxes of snapshots of my daughters that when we developed film when I was married to their dad, we always did duplicates. So then he gave me the duplicates so that we both had the same, pictures of our girls as they were growing up. Those were missing. Yearbooks from when I was in high school. Cookbooks, that I had a huge collection of cookbooks. Some that were basically irreplaceable. They were in my grandmother's handwriting. Never found them. Don't know what happened to them, but they were gone.
I'm going to show you People's Exhibit 9. Can you identify what's in this photograph?
Looks like a pair of slippers and some snow boots that belong to my sons.
At this time, to the best of your knowledge, do they have any other boots?
They may have had boots at my house because we had been living apart for about 3 months, so I didn't necessarily know everything that he had at his house, even though I was still in the process of moving stuff out.
There's also a number of cords in this
Yes.
photograph. And you testified about the cords being cut.
Yes.
Was it consistent? Was this the way they were throughout the entire house?
Somewhat. There was a pile of cords as well in the middle of the driveway.
Okay. Did you see that when you walked up?
I think I saw it after they had me go outside to look at the van.
Okay. People's 42?
Yes.
Is that the pile of cords?
Yes, it is.
Did in the days following November 25th, so 26th, 27th, 28th, did anybody notify you that the defendant had left anything in the home for you?
Yes, he had written me a letter, but I never saw it.
Did you
I
see
think
it?
at some point I read it. They might have shared it with me.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness. I've handed you People's Exhibit 43. Do you recognize? Do you recognize that handwriting?
I do. It is John Skelton's.
All right. Go ahead and read that for me.
Okay. Dear Tanya, words cannot express how much I love you. Your rejection of me has killed my soul. I couldn't deal with your seesaw emotions. I am not as strong as you. You need to be strong now. Sorry I hurt you yet again. This time it was on purpose and to kill my pain of losing you. I had no one here but you. I had no one here but you, and you threw me away for an accident and my hesitation to face your fury from my phone call. I was going to tell you Monday when I came over, but I was too late. I'm sorry for that. Since you couldn't say you loved me anymore, I guess my actions today will guarantee you won't have to see me again or in heaven. I pray God will forgive me, but I know it won't happen. I would ask your forgiveness, but maybe I can't have that either. We were making good progress, and that got screwed up beyond repair. Maybe from your point of view, it is best, I think. This way, better this way. Maybe from your point of view, it is better this way, because I can't hurt you anymore. I never meant to hurt you in the beginning of all of this. I only wanted us to prosper. May you find peace in the days to come. I wanted to grow old and die beside you as husband and wife. I'm not old, but I did die, your husband at least, in my mind. You will hate me forever, and I know this. I wish things were different, but you were hurt for no good reason and denied my love and honesty. From good to bad, again, was my breaking point when you said you were lost to me. Take care of that grandbaby, John. P.S. I don't blame you for not keeping my last name. You are very sexy and beautiful and will find someone new. I will always love you, Tanya. I wish it could be the same for you, but that will never be. Good luck in school and the future. When your house cleaning recently became more important than me, I knew you were gone. All the broken promises were devastating too. I didn't want the boys to see me like this, so I asked her to take the boys to the park. They should be fine. Again, sorry for messing up so much that you hate me. I love you too much to bear not being with you or important in your life. Love, John. P.S. If you can find any love there.
On November 27th, 2010, do you recall meeting with the FBI at your parents' house?
Yes.
Do you recall what that was in regards to?
I believe. There were a lot of times, so I'm not exactly sure which time you're talking about. I'm sorry.
Did there come a time when the FBI wanted you to identify some winter coats?
Yes.
Okay, and would that have been on November 27th to the best of your recollection?
The best of my recollection, yes.
And were they in fact,
Yes, they were my
boys'
son's coats. Their winter coats.
and those were not found at the Congress residence, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
They-
Not found there.
Okay, all right, perfect. Tanya, when was the last time that you saw your children?
On Wednesday, November 24th, in the morning when I dropped them off before I went to my house cleaning job.
When was the last time that you talked to your children?
Wednesday morning, November 24th, 2010.
Since November 26th, 2010, have you done anything to try to locate the boys?
Oh, yes.
What have you done?
We've, and when I say we, I mean my family, because we did it as a group. We've made flyers, we've created a Facebook page. At one time, we even had a website. I've done numerous interviews, TV shows, podcasts.
I'm going to show you, is it 25?
Yes,
Is that one of the flyers?
yes it is.
Where were you posting that at?
All over. Every building in Morenci had them. Family friends would drive down the turnpike, every exit, post them at the toll booth.
Do you recall, were you getting these to the media at all, or do you recall the media?
Yes. I at one time had like a group email that I would send out to different media. If we had age progressed photos from NCMEC, I would create a new one and send it out.
There's, sorry,
No, you're fine.
okay. People's 26, same thing.
Yes.
And you just talked about, oops, right, that. People's 27, is that another?
Yes. That's one from National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC.
Okay, so you were just talking about NCMEC, and this is what you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay, and you said they did some age-progressed photos.
Yes.
Did you have to work with NCMEC to get these age-progressed photos?
Yes. I had to email them pictures of myself when I was younger.
This is people's 28. Is this one of the age-progressed photos?
Yes, it is.
And what did you do with this information?
Then we would post it all over social media, make new posters. I always did the round of interviews
When you say interviews, what do you mean? Who
with news media, with the Toledo channels and Detroit channels. I would do phone interviews from, I'm pretty sure I did one, Fort Wayne and Indianapolis, Lansing, the west side of Michigan. I mean,
Are you staying in contact with the agency who's investigating this?
yes, I am.
Okay. During that whole stretch? at this point in time, who's taken over the investigation to the best of your knowledge?
The Michigan State Police.
Okay, and you testified that you were staying in contact with that particular officer in charge?
Yes.
All right, and who was in charge of that during the course of this, to the best of your knowledge?
For Michigan State Police?
Correct.
Detective Jeremy Brewer.
Okay.
Only that's not his title anymore.
Okay. I'm gonna show
Is
you
that
one.
L-E-W-I-S? Last name?
Brewer, B-R-E-W-E-R. I apologize. All right, one more exhibit, and then we'll take a quick recess.
Yes.
This is People's 29. This is another age progressed
Yes.
photo. Did you do the same things with this
Yes.
photo? Okay. Okay.
For the record, can you spell your sister's name?
Tennille,
Yeah.
Tennille.
Boy, we weren't even close.
You're welcome.
We'll take about a 15-minute recess. Everybody be back.
All right, please.
Well, no, that's a good thing.
Yeah, I was making too much noise. But she doesn't have anything else to do with it, right? I said what? Clean your ears out.
Okay.
Thank you for coming with me, Shirley.
You're welcome. Gotta remember, this is, God, I just can't imagine this is going through. Yeah.
Yeah, and when they had the one letter, they had me read it. I started making facial expressions, to like, make expressions on the stand.
That's her thing.
Yeah, because I wanna do that, you know. I did that one day to Bryson, did where it was one eye and the other eye stay straight. He goes, wait a minute, don't you do that again.
We worked together at Walmart way back when. That's not the first time she's done the work. Well, every time I looked out at her, Mandy was sliding back and forth.
Thank you.
Yes, she said. I don't get that. I'm gonna go back. Never mind. I'm surprised she didn't do that. You can always count on my daughters coming for this. Right, Angel? They keep it radar. He'll See. Well, not really. We'll just take. So we just take their.
Big chair.
This one doesn't. No, it's
Like here.
She said she needs to get a turn one so she don't make clinking noises. I got this one for my dentist.
Jill can't show you that.
No, it's, I got a full bag. No,
All right, please.
Please be seated.
Go ahead and run upstairs. I think we kind of need the prosecutor.
I'll swear you.
I'll run up, Judge, real quick.
Just, what's that sound?
Okay. Your Honor, do we know if there's any recording that was made? I would hope not.
I will inquire, or
Thank you.
have my staff inquire of the only ones that I'm aware of.
Okay.
And we will inquire of them. And if if there is a recording, we will make sure it gets eliminated.
All right, thank you, Judge.
You need to understand something, ladies and gentlemen. This is all being taken down so it can be used for a future date. It's also being used for things like appeals. And if I allow those things to happen, the potential for an appeal becomes greater. And I don't want that. And therefore, I will make sure, however I have to, and if that means I collect cell phones at the door for the next 2 weeks, I will. It's that simple. I'm going to protect this record if it's the last thing I do. All right. Ms. Cannon?
Okay, sounds good.
Ms. Zubers, will you retake the stand, please? We are nothing if not high-tech. We have a bathroom scratcher that you can use for
We go. And if I start itching, I can.
Ms. Zubers, I would remind you you were still.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, I apologize, Your Honor. I had my hands full and I forgot to bring down the pointer thing.
You know, the mother of invention.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd move to admit the exhibits and hand them to Your Honor, and then I would turn it over to Mr. Amadeo.
And I've stipulated as well, Judge, to the exhibits.
Do you have copies?
I do. They're all electronic, but I do have them.
Thank you.
May I inquire, it appears, at least initially, that this is a black car until I look at the bumper, and then it appears to be a dark blue. Is the whole thing dark blue?
Correct, Your Honor.
Yeah.
We can ask Ms. Zuders to confirm.
And it definitely looked black on the screen, but I believe it's dark blue, Judge.
Well, when you get right down into it,
Right.
the bumper is, of course, it could be like my car, be too slow. May I inquire?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Zubers. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay, so first of all, I express my condolences for all you've been through over the years.
Thank you.
With that being said, my job is to defend John. So if I ask anything that's triggering and you need a break, I have no intent to embarrass you. Please let the prosecutor know. We'll
Okay.
try to work as a team as much as possible. We have a lot to cover today.
Okay.
So how long were you and John together?
Just over 10 years.
Okay.
9 married.
And one more thing, I know this is from 2010. If you don't
Right.
remember something, that's a perfectly fine answer. So no worries on that.
Okay.
Okay, so was John your first husband?
No.
Okay, and how long did you and John date?
We met in August of 2000. In around November of 2000, we both had been living I lived with my parents' basement. He was living with a relative. So we decided that we would see if we could find an apartment as friends, and we found an apartment, we moved into it, and over the course of living together as friends, we fell in love and got married in 2002.
Okay, and it was Jennifer O'Brien that set you up, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you explain how that all happened?
I worked with her. I had a part-time job at a local gas station. I was a cashier, and she was what we called my deli girl. She worked the deli, making sandwiches and such. And she had told me that her boyfriend at the time, that his cousin was moving here, and thought that he and I would hit it off. Was I interested in getting together and play cards or something? So that's what we did.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to hammer into your criminal history. The only question I'm going to ask about that right now is, was John aware of your criminal history when you guys got together?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Now, when you and John got married, were you working at all, or was he the sole provider?
He was the sole provider at that time. Because we had Andrew. He was born in 01.
And you said something on direct that kind of struck me. You said Andrew always helped the underdog. What do you mean by that?
If there was a student that was struggling to get, say, their math paper done, because it came easy to Andrew, he would help his neighboring student get theirs done so that they weren't falling behind or whatever.
So Andrew's a pretty giving man, young kid.
Oh, yes.
He would like tutor for free almost, that's what you're telling me.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. And you mentioned Alexander and Tanner. Those two are very close?
They were.
And you actually used the term Tanner was Alexander's shadow. Did that mean they were pretty much joined at the hip?
Pretty much.
Okay.
He wanted to do whatever Alexander did.
Got it. And I guess that's pretty normal for little brothers. With
Yeah.
brothers. So you said John was the sole financial provider. What were his jobs? To the best of your memory.
The first job was, he was a factory worker, but then, because it was part of the automotive industry, he qualified for programs and they paid for him to go to truck driving school.
Okay.
And then basically the rest of our time together, he drove truck for one company or another.
And you testified that John worked for State Line Farms in 2002. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, what is State Line Farms?
It is a huge, they have tens of thousands of acres of farmland. At the time, they did contract work for Red Gold. They planted tomatoes.
Okay.
And they also did field corn, soybeans.
What was he actually doing? What was his capacity as an employee for State Line Farms?
The majority of it, he drove truck, hauling either the tomatoes or the grain
Okay.
to either to the farm if it was grain and it needed to go to the dryer, or sometimes in the winter it would be grain to the down to the river to be shipped out.
All right. Now, and when he worked for State Line Farms, would it be fair to say he was working out in an open field?
At times, because they would be in their semi
Okay.
waiting for their trailer to get filled.
And what year, if you remember, did he stop working for State Line Farms?
I do not recall.
Okay. Well, where was he working in 2010?
For 3D Transport out of West Unity, Ohio.
All right. In 2010, did my client have any connection to State Line Farms that you know of from that point?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, I understand relationships fall apart. I'm going to ask some touchy questions. If you need any clarification, let me know. Did John ever physically abuse you?
No.
And you wanted out of the relationship, correct?
Pardon?
You wanted out of the relationship at the end.
In the end, yes.
Okay. And did John love his children?
Yes.
Do you remember testifying that John had issues with child support?
Yes.
Okay. Who was the child he was supporting?
His firstborn daughter, Catherine Skelton.
Now, did you have children from a previous relationship?
I did.
Were you paying child support?
No, I was not.
Okay. Did John ever do anything financially to help your other children?
I mean, they would come for their weekend visits, or my ex and I were pretty, for the most part, pretty flexible. You know, both daughters went through a period where they wanted to live with us, and we allowed that. So, I mean, his income was paying bills, food, that type of thing.
Would you agree he was a hard worker to provide for the family?
Yes, in the beginning, he was.
Okay, now you mentioned on direct, and I understand you were on the stand for a while, that there was a conversation about child support where he said he wished he'd have to pay child support anymore. Am I correct saying that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. When did that conversation occur?
I have no idea.
All right. And what did you take from that conversation?
Just frustration that he has to pay support for a child that he doesn't see much.
Mm-hmm.
She lived in another state, so it wasn't like he was able to have her every other weekend. So in order for her to come visit, there was, purchase of airline tickets and that type of thing, and you're already one income in the household.
Okay.
And raising 3 small boys, there wasn't always extra money to do that.
And how often did this child support conversation occur? Was it isolated or was it a normal thing?
I would say most of the time it was offhanded comments, how much the check would be bigger if we didn't have to pay child support.
And this child, was her name Catherine?
Catherine.
Catherine, okay. Is there any history of John ever hurting Catherine anyway, physically?
Not that I'm aware of.
How about emotionally? Do you know anything about that?
I know nothing about it.
We do know, it is true, you would agree, that John was financially supporting a child through child support, a child he didn't have access to, correct?
Basically, yes.
While also supporting the children you guys had together.
Correct.
You mentioned John playing a lot of video games. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that John would play these video games with his children? Didn't the boys and him play together?
The online role-playing games, to my knowledge, no. The boys did not play those.
Did he play Dungeons and Dragons with them?
Not that I can recall. Now, they had like a PlayStation gaming system.
Mhm.
They would play, we all would, racing games or
And who was your oldest child? What was his name?
Andrew.
Would you challenge it if I said John and Andrew played a lot of video games together and bonded over that? Would that be something you would dispute?
It's possible. I don't know that I would go a lot. Andrew, he liked playing the Star Wars games and on the computer. And I know in the beginning his dad would help him with understanding.
In fact, isn't it true that Star Wars was a big thing that those two bonded together over? It was like a thing like watching a favorite sport game?
Yeah, they would, yeah,
Now, you mentioned that John started to work as a truck driver, correct?
correct.
And when he was working as a truck driver, was he providing well for the family then or not?
Yeah, yes.
Did the kids ever go on truck rides with him?
They had,
And were sometimes these truck rides across state lines?
they were.
Did they actually enjoy going on the truck rides with him?
Oh, they loved going in the big truck.
They loved their dad, didn't they?
They did.
And their dad loved them, doesn't he?
At the time,
Did he care for the children?
yes.
Did you ever see John physically hurt the children?
Not unless they needed corrected for something, but even then it was, reprimand type thing.
So how about this? Did you ever see John abuse the children?
Oh, no,
Not at all, correct?
correct.
Now, we've made a big list about all these messages John sent to you, and he contacted you a lot, correct?
Yes, he did.
Text messages,
Yes,
emails.
yes,
Did he ever confess to killing his children?
no,
And were bodies ever found?
no.
Did you speak to the prosecutor before today?
Yes.
When did you meet with them?
Can we narrow that down a little bit?
Sure. Did you meet with the prosecuting team the last week?
Yes, I did.
Did they prep you for today?
We talked about what would happen today.
About how long was that meeting? Any idea?
3-4 hours.
Oh, so before you testified today, is it true that the prosecutors met with you for at least 3 hours?
Correct.
You mentioned that John, you remember the prosecutor asking if John had friends?
Yes.
Who were his friends? You remember their names?
Jim Petrie,
Mm-hmm.
Mark Pilbeam. That's pretty much it, besides his family.
What did he do with his friends? Did you guys socialize together?
They would go out.
Now, you've been pretty involved in this investigation from 2010, correct?
Yes.
Do you have knowledge if the police ever interviewed his two friends you mentioned?
I know that they interviewed Mark Pilbeam. I don't know about the other one.
You mentioned discussing Funny Farm with the prosecutor. I get that name right?
Correct.
What is Funny Farm?
Campground.
And when'd you guys go?
Memorial weekend of 2010.
Now, how often did you go? Was it a one-time thing?
That was just a one-time thing.
Okay. Can you describe the campground?
It's out in the country. It's off a dirt road. The roads in the campground are all dirt. They have a playground. They have a little ice cream shop that opens up at night. There's a pond that they could swim in or fish.
When you guys went, were there other people around, or was it like an isolated situation?
Oh no, there's people, there's seasonal campers there, people that come in for the weekend.
Do you have any cameras around?
Pardon?
Do you have any cameras around the facilities?
Not that I recall.
And what time of year did you guys go camping?
In the spring, Memorial Day weekend.
Okay. How many times do you think you met with the police since 2010?
Oh, way too many to count.
Say over 100?
Oh, probably.
What were the topics of those conversations? Have they changed over the years?
Initially, in the first couple days or week, was finding the boys, just getting interviewing me, investigating me. And then changed to, they believe the boys had been murdered.
Did the police ever share their opinion that they believe John did these horrible crimes?
Yes.
How long after the boys disappeared did the officers say that John did these horrible crimes? You okay? Looks like you're staring me down.
I'm good.
Okay, that's it.
Okay. We're not gonna have any sidebars. If there's a problem, I want you to bring it to the court, and I'll take care of it. All right?
Absolutely, Judge. How long into the investigation did the police tell you that they believe John did these horrible crimes?
I don't recall the exact date or how many weeks or days it had been. I'm gonna say within the first 2 weeks.
Oh, within the first 2 weeks?
Or 3 weeks, they changed it to a murder investigation.
All right. Did they charge him in 2010 of murder?
No. Not that I recall.
Were you kept in the loop about the murder investigation?
Yes.
So is it true that the prosecutor's office waited 16 years to charge him with murder? Would that be correct, 2010 to 2026?
Yeah.
And
Yes.
Do you have any idea when John was scheduled to get out of prison?
November of 2026. No, 2025.
Isn't it true that 12 days before he was released from prison, the prosecutor's office charged him with murder then?
If you say so. I don't know the exact date.
Did you ever present any physical evidence to the police that John did this?
No.
Do you even know if there's any physical evidence linking John to the crime?
I have no idea.
What research have you done to find the children?
Research?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, you mentioned websites, did your own investigation. What did you actually do, and were you helped by the police in that process?
I made posters, shared them numerous times on social media, met and talked with so many news reporters from the area, interview after interview, to share the story of Andrew, Alexander, and Tanner, in hopes that someone somewhere would have seen something, whatever it may be.
How many years did you live with John?
10.
Do you have any guns in the house?
I'm sorry, counsel, I can barely hear you.
Sorry, did John have any guns in the house when you guys lived together?
Not that I'm aware of.
Do you have any weapons of any kind that you're aware of?
No.
Do you have any personal knowledge that anything occurred in Lenawee County, or is this all circumstantial?
I have no idea.
You have no idea. Tell me about the September 8th, 2010 conversation the prosecutor asked you about. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, what?
The September 8th conversation of 2010 that the prosecution asked her about on direct. It was about his high school reunion.
That is actually not the way the testimony came in, the September
I was
8th.
gonna say, I remember that he went to a high school reunion and there was some kind of reconnection with somebody, but I don't remember a conversation about what happened at the high school reunion.
Let me rephrase.
Is that,
There was a September 8th conversation that came up, and then there was a high school reunion mentioned, but I could try to flesh it out.
okay.
Do you remember when John went to his high school reunion?
I believe it was in June or July of 2010. I don't recall the exact date.
How long after his high school reunion did John express that he wanted to move to Florida?
6 to 8 weeks, probably.
Do you think he was trying to save the marriage?
Up until September 13th, I didn't know the marriage was broke.
So what happened on September 13th?
I took my children to school, and he went in after me and signed them out and was headed to Florida with them without my knowledge.
Did John want to move to Florida with the family to give a fresh start?
He had a conversation with me that he would like to move to Florida. Nothing was ever determined or decided about going to Florida.
Were you going to move in with John's family if you moved to Florida?
I have no idea where we were going to live.
You mentioned holiday parties. You expressed some frustration about that John didn't want to go. Is that accurate?
He just thought that there were too many of them. We have Christmas with our children, then there's Christmas with my parents, and Christmas with my dad's side of the family and my mom's side of the family, and
Now, when you mentioned he seemed frustrated, how many hours a week was he working during that time, do you know?
I have no idea.
Do you think maybe he was tired from work?
I don't know.
He was the sole financial provider, correct?
Yes.
Who's Chief Weeks?
He was the chief of police for Morenci at the time,
And when did you first speak to Chief Weeks?
September 13th.
And what was the contents of that conversation, if you remember what you shared?
That John had gone into the school and signed my sons out for a family vacation in Florida that I knew nothing about.
And
What could I do to keep him from taking my sons to Florida?
And what was the outcome of the conversation with Chief Weeks? Was there any resolution?
He took John's phone number. He called John, asked him if he would come back to the police station and sit down with Chief Weeks and myself to discuss him wanting to leave Michigan.
When did you actually file for divorce?
September 13th.
And how long after meeting Chief Weeks did you decide to go meet with a divorce lawyer?
I decided that before I met with Chief Weeks.
Did you file with a divorce lawyer? Did you decide what you want before the meeting with the chief, or was it after?
My daughters were at the attorney's office while I was meeting with Chief Weeks.
Who is Hillary Golden?
Supposedly a high school classmate of the defendant that he reconnected with at his high school class reunion.
Now, what did you know of John's relationship with Hillary? Anything other than that?
Nothing.
Were you told that Hillary had a disease that was killing her and she was close to death?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned on direct examination when the boys went swimming, you were upset that Hillary was watching them. Is that accurate?
Well, yeah, if she's dying and can't take care of herself, how is she protecting my sons swimming?
That's fair. However, wasn't it Hillary's daughter who was watching them?
I don't recall.
You have an idea how old Hillary's daughter was or what her
I have
physical
no
condition
idea.
was? When did you eventually file for divorce? What was the date?
Objection, this has been asked and answered twice already.
Repeatedly.
Who was the judge for your divorce?
Judge Margaret Noe.
And did John have a lawyer opposing the divorce? Yeah.
Initially, he had retained an attorney.
Okay. Did he keep that attorney? What happened in the process?
I have no idea. I just know when we got to our divorce hearing, he was representing himself.
Was the divorce hearing before he was charged criminally or after?
He had already been charged criminally.
Who was the judge of his criminal matters?
Judge Margaret Noe.
So to be clear, is it true that the same jurist that was overseeing the divorce also oversaw the criminal matter? Yes or no question?
Yes.
Before Thanksgiving of 2010, did you ever accuse John of doing anything wrong with your boys?
No,
Before this, was John ever charged with an assaultive crime to your knowledge?
not to my knowledge.
Now, did you testify that Judge Noley instructed you and John to drive back from Florida?
No, the judge in Florida instructed us to drive back from
Got it.
Florida.
Do you recall testifying that John stayed in the family home during your separation?
Yes.
Where did you stay during that time period?
Initially, I was at my parents' house on Locust Street, and then I moved into a house on Maple Drive that my daughter and her soon-to-be ex-husband owned, and neither of them were living there. They allowed me to live there.
Now, isn't it true that the family home was close to being foreclosed on?
I don't recall that.
If I told you that it was about a month away for foreclosure, would you challenge that?
I would be surprised. I did not know that.
Do you remember testifying that you got the boys into counseling?
Correct?
Who was the counselor for the boys?
I was through Catholic Charities. I want to say her name was Melanie. I don't recall her last name.
And did you and John enter counseling?
We did.
Who was your counselor?
Don't remember his name.
Who was your divorce lawyer?
David McFarland.
All right. And did you testify, and correct me if I'm wrong, that David McFarland gave you advice on creating a parenting time schedule?
Correct.
Okay. And was that schedule court ordered?
Eventually, it was put into court papers.
Before it was put in the court papers, was it just Mr. McFarland and you coming up with a plan?
Yes.
Okay. Did John approve of the plan?
Yes.
How often, under the plan, before it was court ordered, did my client get to see his children?
I have no idea.
You remember the plan?
Like how often he saw them? I
According
could.
to your plan, how
He
often?
would see them every Wednesday and every other weekend.
So, once during the week, and then once every other weekend. Is that correct?
Correct.
You mentioned you only filed for divorce to keep John from taking the kids to Florida. Is that correct?
Initially, yes.
Was John upset about losing access to his children, do you know?
I have no idea what.
Did you ever talk about that?
Not that I recall.
Do you think John wanted more time with his children?
I have no idea.
Did he communicate you frequently in text messages?
He did.
Did he communicate you frequently in emails?
Yes.
Did he instant message you?
Yes.
In these communications, did he ever express wanting to see the kids more?
I'm sure he did. Honestly, a lot of that time between September 13th and November 26th, I do not recall a lot of what went on. Because November 26th was very traumatic to me, and I don't remember.
Do you ever remember in any of the forms of communication John confessing to harming these children?
Objection asked and answered.
I'm actually asking about these communications, which is actually a fresh topic, Judge. I think it's a fair game.
Ask the question again, please.
In any of the forms of communications we just talked about, did John ever express a confession to you about harming the children?
No, because our communication with him,
I guess the question I would only proffer
Sure.
is, what time are we talking about?
We're
After
talking,
He was charged with kidnapping, after he was convicted of kidnapping,
I'm
after
talking,
they disappeared on the or didn't appear, I should put it that way, on the 26th, whatever.
how about
What
the,
time
I'll
frame?
narrow it.
Thank you.
From September 13th, 2010 till November 26th, 2010, did my client ever express any messages that would confess to harming these children?
no, because I saw my children up until November 26th.
Did he ever send you a threatening message that he was going to hurt the children?
No.
Did John have two phones?
At some point he did. He had the phone that was on our joint line, and then he had another one that he had on his own.
Do you know why he had two?
I have no idea.
Did he return a phone to you?
I believe he did.
Did you and John have a joint cell phone plan?
Yes, until the phones got turned off. The bill wasn't paid.
Did this continue after you filed for divorce? When did the phone stop the plan?
In September of 2010.
Now, I know your kids are young. Did they ever have cell phones of their own?
No.
Okay. You mentioned a cleaning job right before Thanksgiving. Is that correct?
Yes.
Where was that job located at?
Adrian, Michigan.
And who are you cleaning for?
I do not recall the lady's name. It was a friend of my cousin that wanted her house deep cleaned for Thanksgiving.
You testified, and correct me if I'm wrong, that on November 21st and 22nd of 2010, things changed. Is that true?
Yes.
How did they change?
While in the custody of the defendant, my children learned of my criminal past.
And how did that change things?
Why would you tell my children about my criminal past that has nothing to do with them? They are 5, 7, and 9. They don't understand what that is. Why would you tell them about it?
But I'm not asking you why he told them. You testified things changed. Can you express to the court how they changed after this conversation occurred?
Counsel, if it helps you, I understand what she said.
Okay.
I clearly
That-
understand that what she's saying is that her anger over his sharing of that information with children at the age of 9, 7, and 5, specifically that she was a sexual offender. 9-year-olds, 7-year-olds, and 5-year-olds should even know what sex is.
I'm not debating that, Judge.
What?
I'm not debating that at all, Your Honor.
And so what I'm trying to tell you is, if you're worried about whether the court understands it, the court understands.
Understood. Was November 22nd John's birthday?
Yes.
Did you guys usually do special things for his birthday?
No.
What time did John take the children on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving in 2010?
He was to pick them up at 3 p.m. at my parents' house.
Okay, and what time did you leave for Thanksgiving holiday? The next day, I guess.
Did I leave to go to the Thanksgiving holiday?
Yeah.
I believe around 10:30 in the morning, maybe 11. I don't recall the time.
And what time did you get back?
Evening, 6, 6:30, 7.
Did you speak to your children at all on Thanksgiving Day?
No, I did not.
Okay, now, is that the day you made it abundantly clear you didn't want to work things out anymore?
No.
Did you speak to your children Thanksgiving night?
No.
Do you remember testifying during a phone call with John? It sounded like the kids were in the back having a great time.
Yes, that was early in the morning on Thanksgiving Day.
So you did speak to them on Thanksgiving Day.
I did not speak to the children, I
You
spoke
just
to
heard the children
the
in the
defendant,
background.
and I heard the children in the background playing a video game.
How far did John live from where you were staying when you guys moved out?
About 3 blocks.
Okay, and your nephew was a football player, correct?
Yes.
And who did he play for?
A community high school, Hudson Tigers.
And they were playing in a state championship game in 2010.
Correct.
What was the date of the game?
November 27th, 2010.
Do you know where the game was located?
Ford Field in Detroit.
Now, do you remember testifying that John's van was in the driveway that day? When he said
Which day, Your Honor?
on the 27th. Is that accurate? When did
Not
you
on the 27th,
what day did you see John's van in the driveway?
on the 26th of November 2010.
Okay, what time of day was that?
Around noontime.
And did you see a woman enter the house?
I saw a woman get out of a car and head to his front door, but I could not see his front door from where I was at, so I assume she went in his house.
Okay. Can you describe her?
Thin, long blonde hair.
Did you ever meet her before?
At the time, I didn't know who it was.
Do you know who it is today?
I do.
Who is it?
Kelsey Borowski, who is the daughter of Jennifer Borowski, who lived with John's cousin, James O'Brien.
Were you friends with Kelsey?
I mean, I knew her. She's part of the family. I don't know that I would say we were friends. She is a teenager.
Do you know why she was going over that day?
I have no idea.
Do you know what vehicle she was driving? If she was driving a vehicle?
It was a car.
Do you know what kind?
No.
Tell me about Cafe Mom. Break that down for me. What is Cafe Mom?
It is a social media website, or was at the time, very similar to MySpace, Facebook.
And did you log on to Cafe Mom in Thanksgiving of 2010?
It's possible.
Did you say that a woman named Joanne Taylor sent you a friend request at some point on Cafe Mom?
Yes.
Do you remember when that was?
No, I don't.
Was it before Thanksgiving?
Yes,
Did you accept the request?
I did.
Did you recognize her name at all?
No,
Did she have pictures on the website?
I don't recall.
Did you ever meet her in person?
No,
Did you and Joanne Taylor go to the same groups on Cafe Mom? Did you guys have anything in common?
I do not recall.
Now, you said that you received an email from that account on November 26, 2010 at 7:02. Is that accurate?
Yes,
Okay. Did you share that email to the police?
yes.
Do you have any knowledge if they forensically traced that email?
I'm not sure if they did or not.
Now, you also testified other than the one word, persecuted. That's why you believe Joanne's email was from John, correct?
Yes,
All right. Do you know when John went to Fulton County Health Center?
at some point on November 26th.
Okay. Now, do you know if he had access to his phone at Fulton County Health Center?
Yes, he did.
Do you know if he used the phone on Cafe Mom? Do you have any proof?
That I have no idea.
Now, you mentioned your attorney told you to wait to make a police report. Is that correct?
He told me,
Which day, Your Honor?
We're talking November 26th.
he told me that I should wait don't call right at 3 o'clock, you know, give a little leeway for travel. And I told him I'm not waiting much past 3 because he's already taken my sons and went to Florida with them without my knowledge, and now he's in a hospital with a broken foot and does not have my children with him and does not have a phone number to give me of the person he claims they're with.
Who and how long did it take for Morenci police and you guys to connect? Do you remember that?
It was within a couple hours. I don't recall the time.
Who is Pastor Donna Galloway?
At the time, she was the minister of the Morenci United Methodist Church.
Did she play any role in this investigation?
I know that she was at the house at my mom and dad's. As far as the investigation, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Now you mentioned you made a website. Is that correct?
I didn't necessarily make the website. Somebody made it for us. I don't even remember who it was.
Were there any leads that ever came from the website?
I have no idea.
You have no idea if there were leads from the website to find your children?
I have no idea. I didn't monitor the website. Someone made it for us and monitored it. I have no idea.
Did the monitor ever tell you if there were any leads?
No, I would assume they would have called the police,
Who created the Facebook page? Was that you?
the family.
Were there leads from the Facebook page that you're
We've
aware of?
had all kinds of tips come in, and I've immediately passed them on to law enforcement.
If you had to gauge, how many tips came in to the best of your knowledge?
Hundreds.
And every one of the tips were passed on to law enforcement?
Correct.
Nothing further this time.
Mr. Amadeo asked you about State Line Farms and asked you if it was essentially an open field. Do you remember that?
Yes.
There's actually a ton of big barns on the property, right?
They own property all over Lenawee County, Fulton County, Ohio, big fields.
So when you said he worked for State Line Farms and you described the location in Morenci off of 156, did he only work at that location?
The majority of the time, but there was also a location outside of Lyons, Ohio that he would sometimes work at.
Do you know how many acres we're talking?
I don't.
And you mentioned hog barns.
Correct.
Are those hog barns on the State Line Farm properties?
In Morenci, yes.
What are these hog barns?
Behind the equipment barns.
Okay. So I'm gonna assume, because we call them hog barns, there's gonna be some pigs out there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how many hogs these farms were holding at the time?
I know that they have 4 hog barns out there. I do not recall how many. At one time I knew, but I have no idea.
Okay. Other big barns on the property besides the hog barns?
There's an equipment barn, and I believe there was, as I drive by it all the time, but there are new buildings that have been put up there in the past 16 years, so trying to remember what. I think there may have been one other, like, what was an outbuilding.
Do you have any personal knowledge if there were other bodies of water or anything like that on State Line Farm properties?
Not that I can recall.
Do you know?
Other than, I take that back, the location outside of Lyons, Ohio, there is a pond.
Whether there's any woods on any of the State Line Farm properties?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Amadeo asked you if you had any personal knowledge back at the time about the defendant committing any abuse against his daughter Katie. Do you recall that question?
I do.
That's a police report, right?
She knew that though. She's reporting this. You asked her for knowledge.
Your Honor, I'm gonna approach the witness.
Okay.
Your Honor, for the record, I would indicate I did hand the witness the FBI report with her statement that she gave on November 27th, 2010.
John was,
What? Read it to yourself and then I'll ask you a question. I apologize.
Oh, sorry.
I should have clarified.
okay.
Do you remember speaking to the FBI in November 27th of 2010?
Yes, I do.
And at that time, you were asked a similar question about John having any previous incidents, abuse allegations regarding the defendant. Do you remember that?
Yes, and I had forgotten about that. One of those things you block.
And what was your knowledge at that time?
That at some point in Katie's life, she had been sleeping in her parents' bed. Her mom was at work, and she saw milk come out of her father's penis.
And to the best of your knowledge, was that how Katie's mother actually got awarded custody of their child?
That I have no idea.
All right. Mr. Amadeo also asked you if you knew if the defendant was violent towards the children at all during the time of your marriage, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm also, Your Honor, I'm going to approach the witness, FBI report dated November 27th, 2010. Again, read to yourself. Just this one.
Okay.
Again, during that same conversation with the FBI, did you disclose any concerns you had at that time?
The only time that I ever, and that refreshed my memory, remember the defendant physically reprimanding our sons was when they were jumping on our bed and knocked the TV off and it broke. He took each of the boys into a separate room and spanked their bare bottoms with a belt.
Okay. And did you have a conversation with John about that behavior?
I told her I didn't agree with that. I never agree with a child being spanked on their bare bottom with a belt.
Did you have an issue with discipline in general, or just being spanked on the bare bottom with a belt?
Pretty much just being spanked on the bare bottom with a belt. Discipline can happen without being physically harming.
You testified earlier that when you read the email on Cafe Mom from Mom Forever Young, that you knew that you believed it sounded like the defendant based on the word persecute, correct?
Correct.
All right. And again, I'm gonna approach the witness with her FBI report from November 27th, 2010. Does that refresh your memory on what happened back in 2010?
Yes.
Did you have any doubts in your mind on the person who was identifying themselves as Joanne Taylor, that it was actually a Joanne Taylor?
Initially, no. And then at some point throughout receiving messages, it seemed like every time the defendant and I would have a disagreement or an argument, I would receive a message of some sort from this Joanne Taylor, always defending John, and I started to wonder if it wasn't the defendant himself or possibly his sister Lucinda
Okay.
messing with me.
Okay. So it appeared that every time you guys got in a fight, this person would message you?
Within, yes.
And did they know a lot of information about those arguments?
There was a lot of personal information that was, that whoever this Joanne Taylor was, a lot of personal information that you wouldn't just tell an acquaintance.
You testified that you knew who Jennifer Borowski was back in 2010, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you're looking at out your window from your house all the way over to Congress Street, can you see exactly everything?
No. I could see the driveway. I could see where the van was parked. I could see the driveway. I could see where the van was parked. I could see when the car pulled in the driveway. And I knew it was a woman that got out, but I did not know who.
Okay, and is that just based on the distance?
The distance.
Okay.
Had I been next door or something, I would have known that it was Kelsey.
Okay. You were asked about doing special things for the defendant's birthday. Do you remember that question?
Yes.
Do you recall during the course of your marriage, it's going to be an odd question, I apologize, having an agreement to have birthday sex? Was that a special thing, special occasion?
Yes.
And was that a given every year on his birthday?
Yes.
And so November 22nd, 2010 was his birthday.
Correct.
Okay. And I know you testified you don't recall. Do you think that do you think that you guys were planning on him coming over that night?
We may have been. I honestly don't recall.
You were asked if the defendant owned any weapons.
Correct.
So if a gun was found in his home during a search, you wouldn't have had any knowledge about that?
Correct.
What about any knives?
I wouldn't have no idea.
You met with Mr. Hartung and I last week,
Correct.
a couple hours.
Yes.
At any point in time, were you told what to say here today?
No, I was not.
Nothing further.
Bree, did you ever see John physically abuse your children?
No,
And when he allegedly hit them with a belt, did you take him to the hospital or anything?
no.
And his daughter, Katie, did you actually see that happen, or did that information come from his ex-wife?
No, that information came from the defendant.
The defendant told you that.
Correct.
When did he tell you that?
I have no idea. Beginning of early year of in our relationship, I no idea
What exactly did he tell you?
exactly what I just testified to. That she was in his bed, and he did not know she was there, and she told her mother that she saw milk come out of his penis.
Do you know if any charges were pressed against him?
I have no idea.
Nothing further.
I'm all set, Your Honor, nothing further.
And should be excused.
Yes, Your Honor, and we'd ask that she be allowed to remain in the courtroom.
I have no objection to that, Judge.
The suitors, you may stay in the courtroom. Again, if you leave, please do not discuss your testimony.
I will not. Thank you.
You may call your next witness.
Approach real quick, Your Honor. We'll call Donna Galloway.
Ms. Galloway, please come right up here to the witness box. Right up here. Ms. Galloway, you can put your water right on that stand. Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please be seated. Give me your full name, spelling, and vote for the record.
Donna, D-O-N-N-A, Galloway, G-A-L-L-O-W-A-Y.
Now, Ms. Galloway, I'm gonna ask you to pull right up to that microphone.
Are you telling I'm too, not loud enough?
Well, that's not exactly what I was gonna say. This particular microphone does not.
You notice those who know me are chuckling about that.
Yeah, well, you know, I have friends like that too, at least I call them friends. That does not amplify your voice.
Okay,
It is the microphone that goes to the tape recording, the CD. We don't tape record anything anymore. Anyway, it's what records your voice for the purposes of a transcript. And so it's very important that you speak your answers nice and clearly.
okay. Set.
The other thing that I would tell you is, I don't know if you were here early on, but you're not to discuss, if we don't get done with you, you're not to discuss your testimony with anyone.
Right.
All right, thank you.
Give us your full name for the record, please.
Donna Galloway.
Good afternoon, Pastor Galloway, right?
Pastor's fine.
Okay. You were the pastor of the Methodist Church in Morenci back in 2010, is that correct?
That's correct.
So give us a little background about yourself, please. Tell us about your, how you became a pastor, where you worked at prior to going to Morenci.
Oh, okay. I started out as a pastor in the Salvation Army. I come from a small town in northern Michigan, a large family. which is why I fit in Morenci quite well, because small town, etc. And I started as a Salvation Army pastor. Did that for 25 years, almost 27 years. And then became a United Methodist pastor, had a break of about 2.5 years, and then became a United Methodist pastor. Came to Morenci. Morenci was my first charge, my first appointment was Morenci, and then while I was in Morenci, I took on the Weston United Methodist Church. So I did that for 11 years.
Okay. Which is nearby Morenci, but not too far away.
Right, right.
Okay. When did you first start in Morenci?
The end of June in 2010. I came a little earlier than most pastors in that move because I was not coming from another church. I was coming from out of my retirement, so to speak, and coming into Morenci.
Do you have a special recollection of meeting the Skelton boys?
I certainly do. I was moving in, and the boys saw that there was a car in the driveway. I don't know if they were taking a walk or riding their bikes, but they didn't live too far from the parsonage. And I was taking a break, sitting on the porch, and they came up and they came up and introduced themselves to me and asked if there was anything they could do to help me move in. And I said, well, everything that I had with me at that point, because my husband was bringing some other things, I didn't, but maybe, another day. And Alex asked if I was going to have Vacation Bible School.
Vacation Bible School.
Vacation Bible School. They really liked Vacation Bible School. And I said, well, I think I can do that. And they said, tomorrow? I said, I'll need a little more time than tomorrow to plan. And we kind of sat on the steps of the parsonage and chatted for a little bit. And they said they wanted to show me where they lived. I walked to the corner with them of Congress and looked down. They said, that's our house right down there. And it wasn't too much longer before I met Tanya, because apparently they went home and told her everything, especially about Vacation Bible School. And we did have Vacation Bible School, and that's another great memory, because we made boats out of boxes, which they took home. Sorry about that one. But I picked up refrigerator boxes and things, and we made boats to sail on the Sea of Galilee, and the boys just loved that.
So it sounded like they became active in the church, very much so at that point in time.
Yes, they were very active. Saw them every Sunday morning.
So we're talking about starting roughly in July of 2010, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes. Yes.
And was either of their parents with them, or both their parents with them?
Both of their parents and grandparents, sometimes a great aunt. It just depended on who was visiting and who was checking things out.
Okay. As summer progressed, did you continue to come to know the Skelton family?
Yes, absolutely.
Explain how that came about.
Well, we had different events at the church. We had a family time. We had an introduction to the pastor. Never did get to teach them what they wanted to learn so badly. I introduced myself with a trick that nobody else could do, and that that is that I could blow up balloons with my nose. And the boys sat and watched, trying to figure it out. And they asked me if they could, if I would teach them, and I said, only if your mother will say yes. And that was at a family gathering. We were in what was called the Rotunda area, and she just shook her head because that was kind of a strange thing, but it was fun. And they thought that because I could do that, I was really, really special.
So as summer started to get passed by and into fall, did you personally become aware there was some problems with the Tanya and John Skelton marriage?
Yes.
Tell us how you found out about this.
Various discussions. As pastors, we get phone calls. People say, hey, you need to be praying for. I was also friends with Tanya's mom, and we probably saw each other 2 or 3 times a week, and had lunches together and whatever. So I knew that there were some problems, but I knew that they were doing some counseling and they were wanting to work on it, partly because of the boys and partly because they needed to work on it.
Okay. At some point, did you become aware that a couple of the boys wound up in Florida for a while?
Yes, that was an interesting time. That was the first time that I, as a pastor, saw my congregation rally around a family that was part of it. And there was no hesitation when I picked up the phone and called various people and said, hey, Tanya and Bev need a little help getting down to Florida to get the boys. Can you help? And I did not have one person say no.
So how did they help?
They helped by providing financial assistance, money for gas and for staying at a motel if necessary, so that Tanya could go down and get the boys and come back home with them.
And that was a congregational ask?
Yeah, and it wasn't an ask by Tanya and her mom. It was an ask by me. I was the one who, went to the folks and said, hey, this is what we need. This is what we need to do. And not a moment's hesitation from that congregation of people.
So what happens next with your relationship with the Skelton family after this?
I still am the pastor. I was still, I sat on Tanya's couch and we rolled socks and folded clothes just to talk, just so that she had a sounding board. I was not trained. I had experience, but I was not trained in professional marriage counseling. I advise that they do that, but I was trained in friendship.
Can I ask you, wait just a moment? You seem to be having some technical difficulties.
You are in the meeting now.
All right, I think we're back.
Okay.
So you started to mention that you weren't necessarily trained yourself in marital counseling?
In marital counseling. And also, from my experience as a pastor, I knew that counseling with a couple in the congregation was never a good idea. No matter what, somebody thought there would be sides, whether there was or wasn't. And I decided that I would be the pastor and they could find someone who would be the marriage counselor.
Okay.
And so I was available to anyone who needed me.
Okay. Then what happens next?
Oh, what happens next is a lot of different things. We had Vacation Bible School, Cub Scouts started, school started. The boys were in a club at school, the Bible club, which one of the ladies at the church taught. And they would come in on Sunday morning. I was usually in the upstairs part of the church. I would hear them come in the front door and run across the rotunda. I could hear their feet, three sets of feet as they hit the stairs and up to me, because they wanted to say their verse for me that they had for school. Because if they said this verse at school, then they would get a prize or get to draw out of a prize box or something. And because of their age difference, they each had a different part of the verse to say. And it was always Alex that started, because he would say the whole thing. And he thought I didn't know that he did that because he wanted to help his brothers with their part. Because if he said the whole verse, their part would have been the first part, or the first and second part, and then, so he didn't know I knew that, but I figured him out. And the verse that they shared and were working on just prior to their disappearance was in Romans. We know that all things work together for the good, and that was the first part. That was Tanner's part to say. We know that all things work together for the good. And then the next part of that verse is for those who love God. And so Alex's part was those two together. And Andrew was, we know that all things work together for the good to those who love God and are called according to his purposes. They gave me their little strip of paper, which I still have in my Bible study, my study guide, study Bible, and they had it nailed. They nailed that verse, and that's was a good Sunday. That Sunday, and most Sundays I would hear them as they'd come in, Pastor Donna, Pastor Donna, and wherever I was, I called out to them, and it was just a good way of being greeted on a Sunday morning.
When was that? When was that verse told to you like that?
That verse was the November verse.
November verse, okay. So we're into November in this situation now, right?
Yes.
And as you get, are you aware if the boys are in children's counseling at this point in time? Or you have any knowledge of that?
Yes, I did know that. Not how intense it was, but I did know that they were talking with someone, which I was happy with.
And did you know whether or not John and Tanya were in counseling at all at this point in time?
Early on, but by that point, I don't think they were counseling anymore. I think it had come to the point where it wasn't going to be resolved through counseling.
And throughout this period of time in September and October, were you having conversations on occasion with John Skelton?
Yes, and with Tanya, and with the boys, and yeah, I mean, we had Cub Scouts during the middle of the week, Sunday services. Occasionally, I saw them in the neighborhood when, I was out and about in the neighborhood. So, yeah, or at the pizza place downtown. We met there more often than I would like to say.
And during this period of September and October and in November, John was going to church?
Yes, he was.
And Tanya was going to church?
Yes.
As well as the boys?
Yes.
And part of you would give a sermon every week?
Every week.
And then one over at Weston too?
Yes.
Same one?
No.
Okay.
It would be the same scripture, but the congregations were different, so spoke to the congregations.
But you're doing double duty on Sundays?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, as a part of your sermons or teachings or themes, did you at some point in time stress on the word home?
Absolutely. theme, which I had set within the first month that I was there. I already had set the theme for Christmas, which was Come Home for Christmas. And I talked about home, that we, if you feel uncomfortable in the world in which we live, if things bother you and you feel like you don't fit, it's because you don't. The scripture tells us we're all strangers and aliens in a strange land. And that's because we don't belong here. We belong in heaven. And heaven is our home. This is just the stopping off place until we get to spend eternity with God. And that has always been a main theme. It's a main belief that I've always had and always expressed, that if you don't fit, it's because you shouldn't fit, because this world isn't our home. Our home is in heaven. That's where we belong, and that's where we should be.
And this was a teaching that you would
Yes,
say out many times.
absolutely,
And
absolutely. It was important.
would this be a teaching that you made Tanya aware of and John aware of?
Well, if they listen to my messages, and I'm certain that they did. At least I didn't see any sleeping. But yeah, that would have, yes, they would have gotten that impression. And even in general conversation, if somebody were to say to me, so where are you going? Well, sometimes my response was and still is, heaven, if God still will have me. So, that heaven is my home.
So as you get closer and closer to Thanksgiving, your plan, your individual plan, was not to be in Morenci on Thanksgiving, is that right?
Right,
In 2010.
right.
Tell us what your plans were for Thanksgiving of 2010.
My plans were to be with my daughter and my grandchildren in Hubbard Lake, Michigan, which is up near Alpena,
That's
in
rough.
northern Michigan.
That's roughly how long a drive from Morenci area?
From Morenci, it's about 5.5 hours, depending on who's driving, me or my husband.
And so what day did you go up there?
We would have gone up there Wednesday evening after our Bible study, if we had Bible study. If not, we would have gone Wednesday afternoon.
The 24th.
Right.
Okay. So were you there for Thanksgiving then on Thursday up there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall that Thanksgiving, the Thanksgiving day itself?
Just that I had fun with my grandkids. We stayed in our home that we owned at that time, that our older daughter was living in. Was a good time.
Okay.
But I was ready and excited to get back to finish my planning and get started with the plans for Christmas.
Okay. So the next day, did you start to go home, or were you planning on going home on the 26th or the 27th? What was your original plan?
Well, our original plan was to stay until late afternoon on Friday, just spend a little more time with our grandkids. But we decided to leave a little bit earlier just because I was a little anxious to get back and make sure things were done the way they were supposed to be.
Okay, so you left
Friday.
early afternoon?
Yeah,
1 o'clock, 2 o'clock?
something like that, yeah.
Okay. Do you receive a phone call or a message or something on your way home?
On the way home, the phone rang, and it was my lay leader calling to let me know that he was at Don and Bev's, at Tanya's parents', and that John had not brought the boys home after he had them for Thanksgiving, and that they weren't able to find them. And so we probably for the last hour and a half or so, maybe 2 hours on the way home, I was back and forth on the phone with Bob, who was the lay leader, as he kept me posted on what was happening, and didn't go home, went directly to Don and Bev's house.
Don and Bev would be Tanya's mother and father.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have a recollection of roughly what time it was when you got there?
I don't know.
Was it dark?
Yes, it was dark. Most everybody was kind of set up in Don's man cave, the garage, and that's where I went directly to.
So we are talking, we're still talking about the 26th. We haven't got to the 27th yet, right?
No.
This is November 26th, the Friday.
Right.
And when you arrived there, did someone update you as to what was going on?
Yes.
And part of that update, that include the fact that John Skelton was in the hospital?
Yes, it did.
Did you, at that point in time, did you know what hospital he was in?
No, I did not know what hospital he was in or why he was in the hospital. That was probably an hour or so after I got there that learned why he was in the hospital
And where he was at?
and where he was at.
Okay. And you had conversation with Tanya during this stretch of time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. At some point in time, did a phone call come in to Tanya?
Lots of phone calls came in for Tanya.
How about a phone call from John?
Yes.
You recall that?
I recall that he wanted to talk with her. And at that point, she was trying to talk with him, but couldn't because she just was too stressed.
Okay. So what happens? Did you talk to him?
I talked to him. That seemed to be what happened. Passed the phone to Pastor Donna. And that was okay because I was there to do whatever needed to be done.
So did you recognize John's voice on the phone?
Yes.
And initially, what did he say to you?
He asked me to let him talk to Tanya, and I said, she's not going to talk to you. She's upset. She's, trying to figure things out. And he said, well, what's the problem? I need to know the problem. And I tried to explain to him that we just needed to know where the boys were. And, could he just tell us where the boys were? That would fix everything. And it was the beginning of, I don't know.
Of him saying, I don't know?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's when it started of, I don't know, and then it evolved into a whole bunch of different stories. I guess that's the only way to put it, because it just went from one thing to another. Each time that he called, or each time that someone talked with him, it was something different. And that was at the time, people were still looking all over the neighborhood for the boys, and had started looking even further away. So we didn't know, and I told him that he would be able to talk to her if he would tell her what was going on.
Okay. So we're talking about this phone call that occurred between you and Mr. Skelton on November 26th,
Yes.
Friday evening, right?
Right.
And during that phone call, did he explain to you at that time what was going on?
Well, he didn't explain to me as much as he said, well, I took them home. They went home. I don't know what the problem is. And then the story got all twisted around, and somebody else had them, and then there was a point where he couldn't remember what had happened with them. And each time that I talked with him, And I think he called a couple more times that evening. It just got more confused.
So we're gonna move forward just for a second, then we're gonna back up. But at some point that evening, late in that evening, you actually went to the hospital.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So before that happens, though, you had these phone calls or phone call with John Skelton, and at some point in time, does he mention the name Joanne?
He did mention Joanne, but I didn't know any Joanne. He said, well, she was a friend of his, and that he thought maybe he had sent the boys off with Joanne.
During this phone call, on the evening of the 26th, did he indicate to you that Joanne had come to get the boys?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I've been pretty lenient, but this is completely leading. Can you
Well,
approach briefly?
Sure. There was a objection on the floor from Mr. Amadeo that the prosecutor is leading. Any response, Mr. Hartman?
It was a leading question, but it was based solely on the earlier statements that we had previous to the hearing. So I will form a different type of question for the next question.
I would ask if you could approach this with a little less leading.
I'll do my best.
And to be clear, Judge, I understand it's 16 years ago. I don't mind some leading with, and I have a great deal of respect for the
And I
prosecutor.
understand why you
But-
indicated that. I also understand what the issue is, and we'll see if we can solve it. We may go a little bit in depth.
Okay, thank you. So if you recall, did Mr. Skelton indicate what time he gave the boys to this Joanne?
sometime in the morning, because at a certain point, he talked about how disappointed the boys were that Tanya had not had Thanksgiving with them, that she had had Thanksgiving with other family members, and not with them.
Okay.
And the boys were disappointed.
So right now, again, we're still talking about Friday.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And did the conversation come up between the two of you as to whether or not he was able to tell you what Joanne's last name was?
He didn't. He couldn't remember. And I said, well, how can you give your kids to somebody who you don't know their name? That just kind of stunned me a bit at that point. And he said that she was a friend, and I said, well, did the boys know her? I mean, I'm a mom, you don't do that. And he said that the boys knew her because they had met her and had snacks together, and they were very comfortable with her. And he needed a break, and they needed a break because they were heartbroken and disappointed that they couldn't be at Thanksgiving with their mom. And that she, he said to me then as well, all I wanted was Thanksgiving together as a family, the last holiday we'd have together as a family. And she wouldn't do that, and it disappointed the boys and disappointed him, and it was just something that he didn't want the boys around while he was trying to cope with that.
Did he give you any,
Well, he,
hold on, let me ask,
okay.
let me ask another question. Did he give you any idea what he thought the person's last name was, if you recall?
I don't recall whether he told me a last name or not, but I said, well, where are they? You do know where they went. And he said to me then, well, by Jackson, somewhere by Jackson, they live by Jackson, that's where she's from. And then he told me that, I said, well, do you have a phone number? No, he didn't, but there was a phone number at home that he wrote on an envelope somewhere.
Did he indicate where he supposedly had met this person before?
Yeah, he met her, the first time he met her, her car had broken down on the road and he stopped, because of being a truck driver, truck drivers do that stuff. He stopped to help her get her car running. And then he, noticed that she had a Cafe Mom sticker on her car. And so he looked her up on Cafe Mom and that's how they started this friendship. Was
So
because
he told you on the phone call on November 26th that he recalled not the person's last name, but the fact that she had a Cafe Mom bumper sticker?
Yeah, that he remembered that because of the work he had to do on her car, whether it was changing a tire, I don't know what it had to do with, but her car was broken down.
And you said something about them sharing snacks with the boys?
Yeah, he said that they shared snacks she shared snacks with the boys, and I understood that was at the house maybe before she took them, that they had snacks together.
And did you ask Mr. Skelton if he had a telephone number for Joanne?
Yeah, I did, because I thought, if you're gonna give your kids to somebody, you gotta know where they're at. He told me then that was when he said there was the phone number on the envelope at home, somewhere by the computer or something. She had written it down for him before she left.
Did he say whether or not, what if anything did he say about the boys being returned?
They should have been back already. He didn't know why they weren't back and where they were. They were supposed to be home before 5 or by 5. There was some event going on and that they were planning on going to. But I said, they're not home. So, where are they?
What, if anything, did Mr. Skelton say to you on the phone about his physical condition?
He was complaining that he wasn't being taken care of very well at the hospital, that he was in a lot of pain, and that they weren't giving him enough pain medicine, that it wasn't helping whatever it was they were giving him. It wasn't helping, and that he just couldn't understand why everybody was being so mean to him. Tanya not wanting to talk to him, police showing up, not giving him pain medicine, all of those things. He couldn't understand why he was being treated so poorly.
So, subsequent to that phone call or phone calls, did you made a decision to go to the hospital that late that evening? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, why did you decide to go to the hospital late that evening?
I thought that if I sat and talked with him, he would tell me where the boys were. That if if I prayed with him, if I gave him the dignity that, in my head, that I thought he was looking for, and the respect, that he would tell me where the boys were.
So do you recall approximately what time it was you got down there?
Well, it was after visiting hours, unless you're a pastor.
Pulling rank again.
Yeah, and it would have been, gosh, it would have been late. I'm sure it would have been before midnight, but not a whole lot before that.
And were you able to see John?
Yes,
Did you see John by yourself at that time?
no, because he was under protective custody. There was a police officer there.
Okay. Was the FBI there at that point in time?
I'm not sure if they were there. But I know that there was a police officer that was there
Who
at
was
that time.
in the room while you were there?
Yes,
Okay.
because of the protective custody situation.
And did you tell John Skelton why you came here, why you came to the hospital to see him at this late at night?
Yes,
What did you tell him?
I told them that I came there because I wanted to pray with him. I wanted to pray for the boys, to find the boys, and that we could pray together. And I wanted him wanted him to know that he could trust me and tell me where the boys were. I just was concerned, and I saw the love that John had for his boys, and I told him that. And so I wanted for him to let me know where they were so we could bring them home. He was bothered by the fact that other people were looking, but that was kind of throughout the whole time. He was bothered that he couldn't be out looking.
Okay.
And, but also, he didn't think he could look because he was injured in his foot and ankle and the pain that he was in. And I tried to explain to him that everybody was in pain because they wanted the boys home. And he said, well, I don't know why they're not. I don't know why they're not.
Okay, what happens next in this conversation?
I didn't spend a whole lot of time there at that point. Partly I was tired and I was confused by what was going on. I prayed with him. I gave him all kinds of opportunities. Just, John, just tell me that, tell me where they are. But he seemed to not know at that point. Well, they're with Joanne. And where's Joanne? Well, and there was getting nowhere in talking with him.
At some point, did he become emotional?
Did he?
Yes.
He was emotional from the phone call on.
Describe what you mean.
Not making light of the fact that if you've injured yourself that you're going to have pain. But he seemed to be more focused on his pain, and his tears came more when he was talking about the pain he was in. There weren't the tears about where are my boys, who has my boys. Those were statements, those were questions, but there wasn't the emotion behind those that there was about my foot really hurts and I just don't know if I can stand this pain. And it was, that's when the tears came. And
When he was talking about his injury?
when he was talking about his injuries and
Not
what
so
had
much-
happened.
Not so much when he was talking about the boys.
No, he was insistent when he was talking about the boys. And he was very firm when he was talking about the boys. I don't know where they are. I want to see the boys. I miss them. And I said, well, you were the last one with them.
Yeah.
Tell us where they are.
I'm going to object. She's completely giving an opinion on psychological studies. She's not been deemed an expert. She, respectfully to the pastor, she does not know if he was crying simply about his injury or the boys, and she cannot make that determination without being qualified as such.
Well, I didn't perceive the answer that she was giving as one. She did express an opinion indicating that she believed the pain, the crying or the emotional response came when he talked about his physical pain, his hurt ankle, and that when he spoke about the boys being missing, he didn't have that emotional response. And I think that that is different than expressing an opinion where she's saying, I think this came from one and this came from the other. She's just saying that when he would talk about the boys, it was direct and it was specific. And there wasn't the emotion associated with it, and then he would talk about his physical pain, and he would become emotional and upset. So she's saying that those were the two things she observed. I don't think that that is the kind of thing that would require her to be an expert. She's making an observation about what was happening when she was having this discussion. So I'm going to overrule that objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did he show any emotion like you've described during the period of time where he spoke about Tanya?
I'm sorry?
Did he show any emotion like the way you've described so far when he spoke about Tanya?
Initially, he cried. He loves, I love Tanya. I don't know what I can do to help. I don't know, and there was emotion there, and there was an intensity in that emotion, and there he was crying. He was crying, and it wasn't sobbing or anything like that. There were tears, and I said that all of that would change if he would just tell Tanya where the boys were. That, he asked me, can she ever love me again? And I said, I don't know that she doesn't still love you, but you got to tell her where the boys are. And I cried. He just didn't seem to get to understand that the boys were the focus. He was focused on himself. He was focused on Tanya's reactions. He wasn't focused on the boys. And I was focused on the boys. I had to, it was like mental gymnastics for me to keep up with how he went from one to the other, but he seemed more focused and more emotional when he talked about his love for Tanya and why she, now she would never love him anymore. And why? Where are the boys? I kept trying to bring it back to that, and was not successful.
Ultimately, ultimately, what if any statement did he make to you? And again, we're talking about you in the hospital late in the evening on the 26th, about some of these themes and teachings that you have presented to him in the past.
Well, he said that he knew that the boys were safe. He said that to me several times. The boys are safe. Trust me, Pastor, the boys are safe. Well, where are they safe at? Just you telling me they're safe doesn't help me know where they're safe at and what they're safe from. He said, you know, the boys, they should be home because that's where Joanne took them. She was supposed to take them home. They should be there. And I explained repeatedly that they weren't, and that's why we were in the middle of all of this, because they weren't home.
So he was using the word home?
Yes, he was.
Do you want to keep going, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Was there anything else significant with your discussions with him on the 26th at the hospital that you can recall?
No, not at the hospital. It was just a repeat of what had been said on the phone, and it just, the boys were with Joanne, they were with him, then he sent them with her. The things he couldn't remember, like he didn't remember her phone number, but he had it written down. Not really much. The biggest issue for him at that time was, it seemed to be the pain that he was in.
All right, so the next day, November 27th, you fielded another phone call directed to Tanya, is that correct?
Yes.
And where were you at when this phone call occurred?
In the command center at the police station. Tanya was on one side of the entrance. She was closest to the front door entrance of the police department. And there was a big counter in between us and a hallway, probably about the distance we are right now away from each other. And her phone rang and she,
Thank you.
okay, her phone rang and I don't know who had it, and they looked and they said, well, it's from John again, and she just said, give it to Pastor. And so I walked over to the counter, took the phone, I answered the phone. I was standing against the wall that kind of separates from where I was standing. I could look out into the police station, or I could look to the left and look into where the city council chambers are and the little offices and things that were there. And he asked why.
Well, let me back up. Was it John on the phone?
No, because it was coming through the hospital or the jail, actually. I think by that point they had transferred him over to.
November 27th was still hospital we're talking about.
Okay. There's a phone call for Tanya from John, and I said, I'll take the phone call. And so I took the phone call. And the FBI agent was standing to my left, and I was leaned back against the wall. And he said, why won't Tanya talk to me? And I said, she will talk to you if you're going to tell her where the boys are. If you tell her where the boys are, she will hear everything you have to say. He asked if she would come up there, and I said, if you are going to tell her where the boys are, she will talk to you. Is she mad at me? Is she thinking about us? And I said, she can't think about anything except her boys right now. She's a mom. She's not worried about you or me or anybody else. She wants to know where her boys are. And she wants them home, and they're not home. And he said to me, Pastor Donna, you of all people should understand what I mean when I say that they're home. I just kind of slid down the wall and sat on the floor. He hung up the phone. I didn't hang up, he hung up. And I knew then that we weren't going to get a phone call from Andrew saying, hey, got dropped off here and this is where we're at. I knew that Alex wasn't going to figure out some way to get from wherever they were at to home. And I knew that Andrew was standing on one side of Tanner and Alex was on the other, and that they had their arms around him and they were just saying, "You're okay, we're gonna be okay. We're together, we're gonna be okay."
Okay, you need a moment, you need
I knew at that point, when he said, "You of all people should know," what I mean when I say I sent him home. I knew that they were dead. I kept my hope alive. I kept encouraging everybody to keep on. But in my heart of hearts, I knew what he had done. I didn't know what he had done other than that he had taken the lives of the boys.
That's the conclusion you drew based on
That
the
was-
word he used, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Let's skip ahead to the next day. You're back at the hospital, and there's discussions going on. There's an FBI agent there. You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point in time, you're talking with him and the FBI is talking with him, is that correct?
Right.
And at some point in time, something is said by Mr. Skelton that leads to a search.
When he and I were first talking, and again, I just wanted to know where the boys were. And I kept hoping beyond hope that where they were and that I was wrong. And he talked about, a couple of times he talked about he was like in the clouds and there was this big hole and he didn't know, it was a black hole that was just swallowing his thoughts and he didn't know where anybody was or what was going on. He didn't understand. And then he talked about the fact that Tanya was at her sister Tennille's house for Thanksgiving, and that the boys were really sad that she couldn't decide to have Thanksgiving with them. And so he drove out to Tennille's house, and the kids looked through the window. Well, I knew those boys well enough to know that one or the other of them was gonna march up on that porch and open the door and say, hey, we're here. They weren't gonna stand outside a window and watch their mom and the rest of the family or whoever was there have Thanksgiving dinner when they were that close. And he talked about the school that was there and that he thought maybe had gone in the school, but there was just this big black hole and he couldn't, he wasn't sure. And I said, well, is that where the boys are? No, I don't know. He said, I don't know an awful lot. He referred to things falling into this hole, his memories, and he didn't know if it was a dream or if it was a reality. He wasn't sure, but he said the boys were really sad and they watched through that window and they cried, and so they decided to leave and come back to Morenci. And it was his mention of the school and being at Tennille's. By Tennille's was an abandoned or closed down elementary school, because I rode in the car with the FBI when they went out there to search.
So you actually went to the scene?
I stayed in the car because I didn't want to find anything. I didn't want to see anything. But yes, I stayed in the car, and there was all kinds of construction stuff. Apparently they had started fixing it. I just remember that I could see that at the area. But the FBI agents searched that building.
Searched the school?
Yeah. I don't know what the name of the school was or anything. I just know that it was that closed school.
You indicated this was a school somewhere near Tennille's home?
It was a school in Kunkel, which is, I knew that Tennille lived in Kunkel. I'd never been to her house, but and he mentioned it because he said they saw it when they were standing by the window watching the Thanksgiving and watching Tanya laugh and enjoy herself, but not be with them.
So after this part of the discussion occurred at the hospital, you, along with the FBI agents, jumped in a car
Yeah,
and drove to this schoolhouse that was mentioned by Mr. Skelton in your conversation.
yes.
And how long were you there at that scene by the schoolhouse?
That was one of the late nights. I sat in the car with Mark for, it had to be close to 45 minutes.
Mark who?
Pilbeam, a friend of John and Tanya's.
So Mark Pilbeam was at the hospital along with yourself?
Yes.
Was Mark Pilbeam in the hospital room with you and the FBI agent when this
No,
discussion occurred?
no, it was just me and the agent and the ones that were observing through the observation room.
Okay. And at the end of that 45 minutes or so that you discussed, what happens next?
Because it was really late, we came home. I mean, they dropped me off at my house.
Nothing was found? Nothing was located?
Nothing that I'm aware of, nothing was found at the schoolhouse.
No one told you they found anything?
Right.
Okay. I'm going to back up a little bit. You're going up to Hubbard Lake
Yeah.
for Thanksgiving. And as you leave town, did you drive by where the Skelton house is or nearby where the Skelton house is when you're leaving town?
Oh, yes, yes. The boys were playing outside.
Did you notice any other cars in the driveway or anything at all like that?
No.
Do you recognize the boys though?
Oh, yeah.
Then we're talking about November 24th, the
Yeah.
Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay.
They were easy to recognize unless they were in the woods somewhere, because they always had their camo on.
Did you notice if it was just them, those three, or was anybody, other kids playing in the yard there?
No, I just saw them. And I'm not sure all three of them were in the yard. I'm not sure that Tanner was outside.
Okay. Okay, I have no further questions, thank you. Hold on a second. Mr. Amadeo may have some questions for you.
Counsel?
Judge, we approach briefly.
Ms. Cannon, can you join us? For those of you who don't know, our air conditioning just shut off. Let me. Pastor?
Yes.
I was ever so hopeful that we could finish your testimony today. How far a drive is it from your home to here?
Maybe 50 minutes.
I have my answer. We're gonna bring you back tomorrow.
Okay.
Start at
30.
10:30. I had hoped to finish this today, but I also know that we're not gonna have air conditioning. And I pushed the overtime button now. So I'm going to ask if you'll be indulgent and go back tomorrow.
Anything that will make a difference.
Thank you very much.
And Judge, if it helps, I'd stipulate to her Zooming if that helps her travel. I have no issue with that.
50 minutes is not a big deal, especially
No.
across the farmland that we're talking about. It would be a beautiful drive tomorrow.
Right.
But I do appreciate that, Mr. Montego, and both parties were working to try and make this a one-day adventure for you, but
It's okay.
I think at this point, we need to call it a day and everybody go home, regroup, and we'll come back in the morning. Okay? I'm gonna ask that we don't have a long conversation right now because I'm gonna have some wrap up.
Judge, I believe the people wanted to play a video. I don't know how long of a clip you want to play. Maybe we could do that. I don't know if we can before 10:30 tomorrow, but it's like a half-hour video, which might save us some time. You guys tell me.
It's more like an hour and 45 minutes.
Oh. Well, I could be here at 8. I don't know if the judge is going to be cool with that.
I have a morning docket, thank you.
Understand?
I'm arranging next week.
So I was just thinking of ways to save time, but I'll be here whenever you tell me.
All right. Well, why don't you get here at 10, just on the off chance that we have something that needs to be taken up?
No problem, Judge.
Before we get to testimony, everyone else will commence at 10:30. I think those of you from the press will be here about 10 to put everything back to the lawns for you. We'll see you all then.
Thanks.
All right, please.
If they want to,
So we'll
if
start
they
at
want to,
10.
that's
Okay.
fine.
You want?
This will all slide.
Don't talk to me about